Yeah, yeah, fire.
Good evening. If you just watched my video, then it's been a whole 15 minutes since we last saw each other. And what feels like minutes after the marathon stream we did on Monday night, we are back here again. Eurovision week is flying by, and we've already had one semi final, which we discussed at length before. Before we do anything else, I would like to introduce the guest with me for tonight's stream and someone who is in the arena this afternoon for semi-final 2. So we'll be able to share lots of insights with us as we go along. That is the one and only Sam Honor van Dijk from Eurovoix. How are you finding it this week, Sam, so far? It's a bit better than last year, at the very least.
Better than last year. Yeah, I'm from the Netherlands, so yeah, better than last year. Yeah, yeah. No, the vibe is great. Vibe is great. The band, but also the vibe in the arena and the vibe in the whole press room. No, I'm enjoying it very, very much. Yeah.
It's been a bit strange in some ways because I kind of feel today like very uncertain because I had all of these preconceptions about how this week was going to go. Whereas essentially, well, like there's these 17 or 18 countries or 19 countries that I'm certain are qualifying.
Yeah.
And that everything else everyone else is playing for a few small things. And now I don't trust myself for anything.
No.
I have no idea who's qualifying.
When Portugal qualified yesterday, that was the moment when I thought, oh, I don't know the audience that well.
I'm convinced that I actually know nothing about Eurovision, in fact. But luckily, you do, and you've seen a lot more than me. So as we go through tonight, we are going to be covering the dress rehearsal in a variety of ways. Firstly, of course, Sam has seen the show already. He's going to be highlighting some of the things that stuck out to him from this afternoon. In addition, Jay is in the room again, and I've got to show you the angle from which we're getting clips tonight because Jay has really... This guy went and queued in the rain to bring you this. Get a load of this angle. This is the angle of the clips tonight. So everyone say, thank you, Jay. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, he has the best seats in the house.
Yeah, it couldn't be any better. And he has one of the few seats which aren't obstructed in some way by that giant frame. So, lots coming up. And there are so many things we're excited about. We're going to have the audience poll later as well, just like we had on Monday. Ben Robertson, who's managing the entire thing from ESC Insight, he is going to join us on stream for the reveal in approximately 4 short hours' time. Now, I'm sure on Monday you all remember, and Sam, you were in the press centre and saw for yourself, how quickly the odds shifted, how much they moved based on this show. Obviously, on the flip side, one of the things that moved dramatically was Belgium. So, what was your impression that Monday in the afternoon when you saw it for the first time and in the evening of Belgium?
Well, to be honest, I was there with people from Eurovoix and people from all the other press media sites, but also I sat next to someone who's from a Czech a newspaper, and we all agreed that it was the best staging of the whole show. And we all said to each other, well, Belgium's the best staging. Maybe not the best song, but it is the best staging. And then yesterday happened, and I don't trust myself anymore. Don't trust Eurovision journalists anymore. I don't trust the audience anymore. I don't trust the chat anymore.
Oh, I never trusted any of them anyway. Have you seen these guys? All these guys want to do is spam the word germ and somehow insert my name into every single possible word that they can find. Literally,
Yeah.
it was go blight and obviously the Garg thing, obviously.
Yeah.
And everything else, and it's getting a bit too much. See, now they're attaching my name into ZM, and I've encouraged them. This is the problem. You accidentally encourage them, and then
ZM again. Yeah. Oh, nice.
You
guys are creative.
Yeah, there's going to be 4 hours of this, so
4 hours
you're going to need to get used to it.
them.
Everything. So Dolphin Dane says everything we thought we learned from rehearsals and misdirections. My May model outperformed the bookmakers, but it was absolutely crushed by the April edition of my model. The theory with which I'm going at the moment is basically, you know, that old like political thing where it's like, who wins an election? It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah.
It's like that, but it's the song, stupid. People like the Portuguese song, so they voted for it.
Yeah. And I also think they like the whole vibe of the band. They're like, we're just here to sing you a lovely song. I think that appeals to a lot of audiences.
You should never underestimate the appeal of some chill dudes.
Yeah. Never underestimate the indie kid in the back of the corner.
Well, precisely, because the indie kid picks up their phone and votes. We have a lot to get through tonight, and in about 20 minutes' time, the jury semi-final 2 will start. Let's not forget that this is consequential, but in an interesting way. The juries do not vote in semi-finals anymore, but people are going to be giving it their all anyway, because if there is a problem with the televote tomorrow, if in one of the participating countries there is some kind of technical issue which prevents a valid result from being given, then instead of that, they will use the jury's result from tonight.
Yeah, so the juries are watching.
Yes. Yeah. And that is, in addition to that, we are also going to get a bit of a first look at the full show in anger from the rest of the Big Five.
Yeah.
Obviously, you saw those this afternoon, and I wanted to ask you, we'll come to France in a minute, and we've got something special prepared for France, which we will see just before tonight's show. But starting with the United Kingdom, how did you feel about that this afternoon? I'm personally invested. Please don't destroy my heart too much.
Well, I think the big news is that the UK is not going to come last this year. Yeah, they're not. The UK is fine. It is fine, and I think that's it. It's fine.
To be honest, that's all I want. All I want is fine.
It's a bit like an interval act from the Brit Awards or something. If you can imagine that.
The interval act from the Brit Awards derogatory or interval act from the Brit Awards positive?
Positive.
Okay.
Positive. Yeah. No, it's a pretty good act. I think the only thing I'm concerned of is the televoting. Mm-hmm. Look, the juries are going to love this song. And they're going to love those vocals because I think, well, maybe not the song, but I think the vocals are one of the best of the evening in the grand final.
Yeah.
So, juries, check. Televoting, that's going to be a problem. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because the staging is a bit chaotic and it's a bit simplistic. But on the other hand, we saw with Portugal, simplistic can be good for some audiences. Yeah.
Overall, I mean, I'm optimistic, but I'm OG optimistic because obviously OG from the Netherlands came, what was it, 11th, 10th, something like that in 2017, 10th, which, you know, gives me some hope for this. This is along the same line, and I seem to remember it did particularly well with juries.
Yeah.
By the way, I do just want to quickly thank Timor SGS. And also, there was another one just before the stream as well, which is not showing up on my screen. But thank you so much for the subscriptions. It really helps, and it keeps us going here. Second of the Big Five that was performing today was Germany. That boombox looked fun, but did it actually work on stage?
Well, if you're in the arena, you're going to miss something because Gina, is it Gina? Towering.
Tina.
Tina.
Yeah.
She walks into a like club or box where there's a lot of smoke and you have a like clubby vibe over there. But you don't get that in the audience in the arena because you're like, what? Where's she now? Where's the singer? Where's the singer? But that, I think the duration of that is like 30 to 40 seconds, maybe a minute. Mm-hmm. And then she comes out of the box and sings next to her brother. But to be honest, it's a very smart staging because for the second part it works in the arena and the third part works for television.
Mm-hmm. So you get that kind of... Cause I think the thing is, I mean, it's weird to go back to Belgium, but people were saying that the Belgian staging was sort of like it was held back at first, and then eventually it like sort of released. And you had this, so for the last minute was when it was kind of like, okay, it's a party in the arena now. Mm-hmm. Hopefully Germany will fare slightly better. Obviously, the third and final one is Louane from France, who I still have high hopes for. Again, I think I've become emotionally invested a little bit. What can you tell us about that prop? Because obviously we've seen the sand falling from the air. What else is going on? What can we expect to see tonight?
Well, you see a lot of sand on the floor already. So it's not like there's nothing on the floor and the sand keeps falling on her. And there's some sand on the floor already. And what I find the most special is that the sand is rotating around her.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah. And that's a really cool special effect.
The key thing is, though, because I've been talking about this in terms of visual storytelling, do you feel like the meaning of the song is being put across?
Well, to be fair, I don't see the connection between Sand and her mom, or maybe they love the beach or something.
It's the sands of time. It's
the
the passing of time.
Oh.
There we go. See, this is why we need to explain these things, and this is actually why.
It's the sound of time. I thought it was the beach or something, or a sandstorm.
No, it's the sands of, it's the passing of time.
Oh.
It's not cremation.
But is that your theory or?
It's not my theory because I spoke to her about it, and actually, that's what a beautiful segue.
Okay, let's watch. Yeah.
So I'm just going to check the sound levels because yesterday I had the opportunity to sit down. You can hear that, right? We had the chance to sit down with Louane yesterday at her hotel and talk to her a little bit about her song and about the meaning behind the entry. Because I think when you have a song like this, which is so, where it's so important for you to understand what the singer is singing about, the best way to do that is to talk to them directly about it. I'm really excited about this one. This is one of the first, I think, fan media interviews of the week that she's done. And without further ado, we're going to get right into it. So this is about 11 minutes long. If we have any comments, I might pause it briefly. But for the most part, we're going to let it run through and maybe occasionally just add some comments. Thank you, Rebo-chan, by the way, for that Tier 1 subscription. All right. We are back. And in a few minutes' time, when you see this interview, we will be seeing the jury semi-final 2. Before we get to that, I am greatly privileged to speak to one of the pre-qualified acts who will be performing in that show, and that is Louane from France.
Hi, Gabe.
Welcome, Louane. It's such a pleasure to have you. Now, I guess it must be a bit of a strange feeling because we've had pre-parties, we've had rehearsals, we've had turquoise carpets, all these different things, and now you finally get to actually go out and do it on stage in front of an audience as you always imagined it. How has that process been for you? Has it surprised you in any way?
Yes, it has actually, because it's way more work than I thought it was going to be, obviously. But at the same time, I really can't wait to be finally in front of an audience and finally like perform the show as you said, as we imagined. So I'm actually really looking forward to it and super excited.
And I guess as well, it's quite an interesting contrast because we started this journey in the Stade de France.
Yes.
It couldn't be a more different atmosphere, a more different space in which to stage a show. And I guess for you and your creative team, it's two very different
Oh, yeah.
challenges.
Oh yeah.
How much was it more difficult to stage for that kind of environment or for this one? I guess this is the one where the time and the extra time has gone in, but you know.
Well, I don't think it was more difficult to stage it for the Stade de France. I think it was more scary in a way because 80,000 people in front of you is clearly terrific. But I think that it was harder to like get the performance we were doing here in BASEL to the like point we wanted to have it, because it's super technical. And of course in the Stade de France it was technical, but it was kind of easy. It's just like spider cable and going up, going down. So that was not like the hardest thing for me to do. Here, the performance we've been working on is full of tiny technical stuff that we have to manage even during the performance. So this is to me really harder.
And it's down to the most basic level. Like I saw something, I think it was on the turquoise carpet, about you just have to put the sand under your tongue to
Yes,
get
I
it
do.
out of the way.
Exactly.
It's like the sacrifices that people make
Yeah.
to make performances on stage.
So yeah.
That effect, by the way, I sort of interpreted it as a kind of like sands of time, like, you
Yep,
know, like an
exactly.
hourglass kind of
Exactly.
thing. And it speaks so beautifully to the theme of the song.
Thank you.
And it's interesting to me the way it's this sort of blend between like happiness and hope. You know, you're looking to your daughter in the future and also looking backwards and the grief and the kind of thoughts of your own mother. It's a lot to be bearing all of your emotions in that way on stage. But I know it's something that you've been able to do a few times through your career. Do you find it helpful to process like grief and love and strong emotions by expressing them through music?
Yes, of course. And you know, at the same time, I feel like this time in my career and that specific song is kind of like the end of like the story. In a way, it's like, for me, it's like going through healing. And I think it might be the last time I'm opening that subject in a song. So yeah, it's basically like the end point. I don't know how you say this in English. I don't think you say end point. I think you say, how do you say
It's like the end, like closing the book. Or,
exactly,
you know,
closing the book.
the end of a chapter sort
Exactly.
of thing. And it's just, I think it's going to connect to a lot of people because everyone has that story, right? Of,
Thank you.
know, their relatives that they, you know, and the people who they wish were there, the sort of next generation and so on. And I guess it has a massive effect on you too, like personally,
Of course.
musically, and becoming a mother is going to be, I mean, it's everything changes.
Oh yeah.
But obviously, on the personal level, that much is obvious. You know, suddenly there's this tiny human I have to look out for. But on a professional and a musical level, do you write differently? Do you have to operate differently now?
Well, not really. Organization-wise, yes, of course. I'm more like focused on like being sure that everything is in the right place for her. Obviously, musically talking, not really. Obviously, there's some changes because there's songs where I'm like where she's involved. I'm talking about her. I'm writing about her. But that's basically the only thing that has changed in my like professional life. Apart from that, the rest is just organization, and to me, it's like basically every working parent does, you know. So
And I guess it's also this added motivation in a sense, the kind
yeah.
of that do it for her.
oh yeah,
And everyone describes, I remember my parents telling me about this, is that you look at your baby for the first time and you sort of go, I don't matter anymore. All I
true.
care about is this tiny thing.
that's so true.
And just the way that reshapes everything, I think it's really beautiful to see that shown up on stage. I feel like I've kind of answered my own question there because I was going to ask why this song, why now in your career? Because you've had so much success. You know, we've had the platinum, the diamond albums and everything. And now at this point in time, you come to Eurovision. I imagine closing the chapter in this way is part of it, but were there other motivations at play for you?
Well, I think the first one is basically it was my mother's dream for me to do that. So this is like the main motivation I have. Then obviously you just talked about it, but my daughter is so into it at the moment. So obviously it's a great motivation also. And as you said, it's me closing a chapter and finally feeling healed. And I think the best way to do it is to actually like perform that song about my mother doing like actually accomplishing my mother's dream. So yeah, it's something big for me. Actually, it's way more big in my personal life than it is in my career. What I'm gonna do this week, it's way more intense personally talking than just like professionally.
Yeah, and I guess this is the thing. You find this. It's interesting how often you find that Eurovision is such a labor of love and emotional
Oh, yeah.
labor for the artists involved. I think people really need to understand, like, how mentally, physically, you know, in terms of time and everything, how tough this contest is.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's crazy. There's so much going on.
Oh yeah, I've been crying non-stop.
Oh gosh, is it just kind of a like get the stress out, you know?
Yeah, it's
let it
get the
out?
stress out for sure.
And you can't you have to compartmentalize because there's no time if you let things spill out. And so have you found you've been able to, you know, with the help of your team and everyone else, compartmentalize the difficult bits? Because everyone has times in this experience where they really struggle. That's natural.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. As you said, you were talking about teams. I have a wonderful and incredible team, and they are all so there for me. So yeah, we managed to like get like the most difficult points, work through it, and also mentally work through it. And I'm in French, I'd say "je suis trop bien entourée," which basically is I'm so well surrounded, and I think that's a game changer.
And I guess this is the thing. When I think about France in the contest in the last few years, you know, the sort of the strength of sort of the artists who've come before you, it's a team game.
Oh yes,
And
it is.
I guess it's probably really clear within the broadcaster that the atmosphere, the ambition, but also like the focus that people have now. And obviously the goal is to do really, really well. And I'm sure you will. Things are looking very, very good. How would you emotionally deal with that next step where obviously there's the pressure of, you know, French people want you to do well, delegation wants you to do well, when you're stood on that stage and it's like, right, this is the moment. What's the thought that goes on in your head to get you into delivering mode?
The connection with my mother, for sure. That's gonna be the only thing in my mind at that moment. And I think at the end of my song, My Daughter, that's like, yeah, that's basically like the link between my mother and my daughter. That's the only thing that's gonna be in my mind.
Is your daughter going to be in Basel to see it?
No.
So she's going to see it at home on TV.
Yeah.
That's going to be, I
She's
imagine,
5.
a really special moment. But Eurovision would be a lot in person for a
Oh, yeah.
5-year-old, I
Oh,
think.
yeah.
Now, again, I just wanted to sort of close off again, focusing on what it means to France, the way the contest is perceived in France. What would it mean to you to be able to go and sing this song, say, there's an interval act, you're atop the Eiffel Tower, it's 2026. Do you think in some ways, I know you said this is the final chapter, but would it be an epilogue in a sense? You know, you've won the Eurovision Song Contest, you're stood atop the Eiffel Tower in 2026. It's sort of a mom, I did it kind of moment. You know, if you see that kind of thing in your future, what would that mean emotionally to you? That's a lot of, I've painted a lot of things there.
Trying to
All at
take a
once.
step back, you know.
Yeah.
I think first of all, I think I fully freaked out. I'll fully freak out for sure. But it would be such an emotional moment that might never happen, you know. But yeah, it would be such an emotional moment, and I think I would like at a point burst into tears because it would be crazy.
So the very last thing, because this is going out directly before the jury semi-final tomorrow night, it'll go out live on stream. To everyone watching, you're going to be backstage at this moment. So at the right now, i.e. tomorrow, what's going on in your mind? You're backstage, you're ready. What are the last things you're doing to prepare?
Dancing with my team to ABBA's Dancing Queen,
Perfect.
for sure.
And it's a perfect Eurovision themed answer as well. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's been
Thank
such
you
a
so
pleasure
much.
to talk to you. Thank you for your vulnerability and your tenderness in the performance.
Oh, thank you.
We can't wait to see it. We are sure it's going to be a really excellent result too.
Thank you so much.
Well, there we go. And I want to first say thank you again to the delegation, to Louane for speaking to me, and also for being so open again, because actually even often artists who speak very emotionally, who speak very vulnerably through their music, they do so because it's more difficult outside of that, right?
Yeah.
But it really struck me straight away, like, sort of, how much of an open book she was.
Yeah.
I guess she probably feels it's very vulnerable anyway, right? The song is vulnerable.
The song is vulnerable. Being on a show is vulnerable. Yeah.
But it was such a. It was great to speak to her, and I'll thank you for all of your kind comments in chat as well. Yeah, it's funny. It's the first time I've watched it back. I deliberately didn't watch it back.
You really didn't? No.
No, I didn't watch it back because I wanted to actually have the moment on stream to kind of
Okay, yeah, I get that.
process it
Yeah.
live. And I guess my question would be to you, to the people in chat, do you feel like it maybe, because what I was hoping to do was frame the song a little more within.
Well, to be honest, it makes more sense now. Now I've heard her story. Yeah.
Success.
Yeah. So for me, I don't know how the chat's going to react, but for me, it makes sense more now because I've seen it in the arena this afternoon, and the whole sand thing was sand. Well, I really loved the picture and the creative idea of the rotating sand and all that. But the thing I missed was what is the meaning behind this, and what's the meaning behind not only the staging, but what's the meaning between the connection with her and the song. And it makes me appreciate the song and the staging more now I've heard her talk about it.
Yeah, that's the aim. It's because that's it. That's I am really quite. I'm very fond of this song, and I went and I read the lyrics, and also I listened. There's an English version of the song, and I really recommend everyone listen
really
to it.
nice. Yeah,
it's extremely
really
affecting.
Nice. Yeah,
and often these translations they lose some of the magic, but they've done it really well.
Yeah,
you
they've
can
done it
tell
really well.
they've thought really carefully about
Yeah.
how to translate, and I think it's it's really special, and I hope you can all imagine because I can see it now. Right now, just across this city, Louane is in a dressing room somewhere with her team, dancing to Dancing Queen, as well. So that's the image. So
yeah.
and then it's funny to go from that then in the zone on stage. Speaking of on stage, we have a jury show that's going to be starting soon. We're going to be having live updates from the arena.
Yeah,
We're
it's
going
now
to be having
2 minutes, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
yeah.
Live updates from the arena. We're going to have videos of each song we can play. We stick very strictly to the press regulations on this stream. Mm-hmm. We will be playing 10 seconds of each performance. Donut Donny asks, are we going to have an audience poll as we did on Monday night? Yes, we will. So let's have a little look ahead at the songs that will be participating tonight. God, yes, this website is a bit difficult to navigate, isn't it? Where am I looking? There we go, songs. So, semi-final 2. This is the order in which we will be seeing these songs tonight. We're going to be starting with Australia, followed by Montenegro and Ireland, Latvia, Armenia. I'll have to quickly nip over to the arena for that one. Austria, then the UK to end the first segment of the show.
Yeah.
We will have Greece, Lithuania, Malta, and Georgia following the next section, bookended by France, and then the final run: Denmark, Czechia, Luxembourg, Israel, Germany, Serbia, Finland. What are you on a personal level now? Obviously, there's a competition level, but on a personal level, which of these songs are you most looking forward to tonight, based just on your taste alone? Forget all of the professionalism for a second.
I think I'm the number one Lithuania fan.
But I thought I was the number one Lithuania fan.
Yeah, I am the one. I love that song with every bone in my body. Yeah, I love the band Catharsis, but I love Tavo Akis. It's taste.
I think it's funny, having seen Ukraine qualify already, I'm now seeing a lot of the same people saying, oh, Lithuania's not going to qualify. Lithuania's going to do badly.
It's definitely going to qualify.
Nonsense. It's obviously going to qualify.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to your apologies tomorrow. The chat is now filled with Tavo. Luckily, most of my chat are on our side, I think. Except for Alejandro Ganacho 2022. That said, you're a big supporter of the channel, and I saw your super chat before or bits in the Twitch chat, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. It was just while we were doing the interview.
Yeah.
That was the very loud Besser notification that came in the middle of that interview. I did mute notifications after that because I was like, we're having a moment here, you know? So I will say cheers to you with our wine glasses full of water. I should have done that on the full screen. We're going to do it again now because they couldn't see it the first time we were away in the corner. Cheers to you. Cheers to all of you.
Cheers to Tavo.
Yes, precisely. It's time for the jury semi-final. It's starting imminently. Lithuania is one of the ones I'm looking forward to. I do find myself rooting for the United Kingdom and France, as I talked about before. Obviously, they're not really participating as such. There's an interesting dynamic here, which is emerging in terms of who's qualifying and who isn't in that little borderline group. I think
there's a danger zone here.
There's a few that I thought maybe were certain that aren't now. I think Luxembourg and Greece is what I'm gravitating towards too.
Greece?
Yeah, I think there might be. Okay, if tell me why you think Greece is safe in that case, because I'm not so sure.
Do you want the geopolitical explanation or the musical?
On this channel, we always want both.
Both. Well, Greece has a huge diaspora over whole Europe, so I think she's safe. Because a lot of Greeks live abroad. The musical theory I have, why I think she's safe, is that it's one of the only real ethnic ballads that has everything. It has a pretty good staging, it has a wonderful singer, it has an authenticity because it's all in Greek. So I think she's pretty safe. But on the other hand, the staging is a bit static.
Yeah, this is the thing, because I was talking about this, and I'm just going to show a freeze frame in the clip. We just watched it back there while you were talking. There's a freeze frame I want to show in this clip, which shows the sea in the background. I'm going to pause it here for a moment.
Yeah, this is in the middle.
Yeah, it's the middle chorus, I think.
Yeah, mid of course. Yeah.
Now, what we've seen in recent years, there's been sort of augmented reality, which has sort of helped enhance it, have a backdrop that sort of almost leaps out at you. Yeah. Look at all that sea in the background and all those boulders. It's such a beautiful backdrop. Yeah. But it stops dead, and then you have this red.
Yeah, it stops over here. Yeah,
and then you have the boulder, and it's like, well, if you used augmented reality, obviously we don't know if this is a technical capability in this arena, but imagine if that sea extended all the way past her. Yeah. You then change the colour of what she's wearing so she's still distinctive.
Yeah, there are almost two images. You have the images in above and beneath. Yeah, I
just think it's a little. It's not connecting well for me. If there's anything I learned from yesterday, it's that's probably focusing on these kinds of tiny points. Aren't what most people are going to be doing. You know, Time G37 is right when he says people aren't that picky. I'm just going to check, by the way. I believe we'll be in opening act at the moment.
Yeah, this is opening act. The opening act is, I think, 4 to 5 minutes long. No.
Do you know who was in the opening act earlier? Did you see? Or is it another sort of Switzerland kind of...
No.
Folksy kind of thing?
No, it's an ode to Eurovision fans.
An ode to Eurovision fans.
That's you, Chad. That's you.
I think. Well, technically, it's me. I'm not accredited press.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm just like them.
Yeah, it's an ode to you.
Well, there we go. It's so nice that they specifically put in a
there's
song.
one number in the whole lineup that is an ode to you. This semi-final, and I think you know what I mean, Chad.
It's going to be a long evening. I'm quite worried for when Park comes on in about 15 to 20 minutes. I feel like my phone is going to blow up.
Yeah,
my Twitter notifications are going to get going.
Minutes, yeah.
They're all going to enjoy it. They're all going to enjoy it. As for whether I will, we'll see. I think he's in with the chance. You were saying to me just before, weren't you, that you actually think that he might have a chance of qualifying?
Yeah.
Explain.
He's on a treadmill the whole time. Mm-hmm. No, not the whole time, but like 75% of the act. And the staging and, most importantly, the camera work is very well done in this one.
It has this kind of... The thing I was worrying about was there's a lot of kind of... it's next to... There's other black and white in this show. So if we look at the running order, which I'm just going to get in front of me now... so you have then Austria straight after. Latvia. Also black and white. And then you've got Latvia before it, which is so refreshing when it's a very different kind of song. I just worry that having two black and whites in a row, they're going to sort of do some damage to each other, which doesn't really matter for Austria, which will qualify anyway. Yeah. But meanwhile, for Armenia, it could be a bit more trouble. I also worry, is the official Eurovision channel in the chat again? Yes, they are. We are all on a treadmill, to be honest. To be fair, that is Eurovision week. They're actually right. We are all on a constant treadmill. When you got here earlier, I was basically flat out on my back like,
That's true.
I've had so much coffee today. I've got more Coke Zero in the fridge, which I'm going to go and get in a little bit.
And paracetamol, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But no, official Eurovision account. How are you guys doing? Are you all right? I feel like it's been a long week for us. It's probably been a longer week for you guys.
Yeah. Weeks.
Is everyone okay? Are you guys like eating 3 meals a day and stuff? Because I know I'm not. In any case.
Yeah, but in any case, I really think Armenia is just staying alive.
So you think it's qualifying?
Yeah, I really think it's qualifying.
Do you not think, you say it's staying alive, do you not think that, I guess I worry a little bit about people hearing the lyrics and being like, this is a bit naff. Because it is a bit naff. And that people can go, it's fun, it's a little bit naff. Or they can go, ugh, so naff.
Yeah. But if we're in a comparison of static acts and dynamic acts, this is one of the most dynamic acts in the whole show.
And it's loudness among quiet, which can kind of do it good in some ways.
Yeah.
By the way, and this is an official scoop, an ESC Gabe exclusive. The Eurovision backstage team are being sustained by excessive amounts of fondue.
Fondue?
You heard it here first from the source.
What are you getting in your fondue?
That's actually a good question.
Is it bread or...
I'm not sure.
Carrots?
I haven't had fondue in quite a long time. I can't really remember what...
I think Eurovision channel are carrots kind of people.
You think so?
Yeah, carrots kind of people.
Fair enough. Emma donates $2.79 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says, the YouTube users for semi-final one performances are interesting. I think they're predictable, because I don't know if you've seen this, Sam, but obviously Poland's first, way ahead of everyone else, like every year. Mm-hmm. And then I think it was 2 and 3 were Ukraine and... I'm trying to think of this. Sweden was 4th, I know that, but the 3 above it were all like explainable by diaspora, or by high levels of interest in those specific artists. So you had, gosh, my brain's gone really blank. I can't actually. Oh yeah, Tommy Cash, that was it, of course.
Yeah.
So it makes sense why they were in the order that they were. Someone just subscribed because I got a notification. Angelina Lind, thank you very much. And there's a raid from nmeter24. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. You've joined us just as we're about to find out some very interesting things about how things are going to go in Eurovision this year. Any moment now, we should get the first song. The voting instructions have happened. The opening act has happened. I am waiting for news from our first act, which is Australia.
Yeah.
Now, this one I have down, I think you probably agree with me, as essentially a certain qualifier.
Yeah.
I can't see any way this doesn't go through. The first place is actually quite good. Second, terrible. But first, ESC Tom did a really good analysis of this where he said, first is actually a fine place to be in because it's the first song of the show. Everyone's paying attention.
Yeah.
There's not a place as strong as first until 6th or 7th.
Yeah, true.
But I presume... You're on the same page as me. This is going through...
I'm literally on the same page. Yeah. He's more than safe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's really won me over, actually, because, to be honest, the first week, I was quite cynical about this. And I think, in general, I've been quite a cynical person on a few entries this season, and this was one of them. The first week, I just wasn't getting it. But then something clicked in my mind. I remember it came up on my shuffle once, and I was like running or something, so I couldn't. You know, just like, well, I have to listen to these songs now because I'm not in a position to change the song. And I was listening to it, and I was like, huh. And as I keep saying on this stream, maybe I do want a taste of the Milkshake Man after all. But you say that you would very much like a taste of the Milkshake Man.
Well, I'm not sure in what context you're asking me right now.
Well, would you like a taste of the...
no, but I really think the staging is well done. And I think the song is catchy enough for everyone to remember at the end of the show. Because it is the first one, but I really think people are going to remember it and people are going to like it. It's a bit, if people can remember, I don't know if anyone was alive in the chat at this moment, but it is a bit like a 2008, which was Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2008.
Oh, yes. So for those of you who don't remember this was Pokusai by Laka. And one thing that may remind you, the singer pops out of a basket of laundry at the start of the song.
Yeah. It has a bit of that. Same colors, same thing. Yeah.
Now, as we speak there, I believe I have from Jay in the arena the first clip of the Milkshake Man. It's 35 seconds, so I just want to make sure we get a good bit here. This looks like the final chorus, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is final chorus.
So we'll play the first 10 seconds with this big dramatic run forward. Here we are. Here is our first clip from In the Arena Tonight, courtesy of the wonderful Jay. I mean, you can hear from the crowd. I think you can actually say a lot from the crowd reactions. Last night and the night before, I think there was a lot of criticism that they were really dead. People are screaming. You can hear people screaming and shouting. So this is people clearly love this. That alone is a sign. You sort of, on one hand, you have this, which is his new outfit. I'll put it back on screen in a second. So obviously the second outfit, we saw the change into it from the rehearsal clip, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, true.
And he's obviously, at this point, the top has gone. And yes, Jay did almost taste the Milkshake Man right there.
He was very close over there.
Yeah. So close you can almost... Anyway, so you... it looks really fun. He has this charisma, this sort of, you know...
Yeah, this is charisma.
Boyish charisma. I love the way that it's sort of, you know, the rush forward onto the front of the stage. We are waiting to see what people say in the press centre. Obviously, they are viewing the screens there, so they will have a better...
the view of the television side of the whole...
Yes, precisely. There is, and there are plenty... We have the sources in there.
Eurovision. Oh, I see Eurovision. First up. Yeah, if you want, my colleague James is now live blogging from Eurovision.com.
Yes, we are going to use that, don't worry.
No.
We're going to be... we're going to have a few different sources this evening. We were yesterday looking at... we have been looking at Eurovision. We've been looking at ESC United. We've been looking at Eurovision Tom as well. So let's take a little look. That is at what James has been saying. And James will, of course, be on the stream at some point, I think on Sunday.
Saturday.
Oh, is he coming on Saturday?
Yeah, he's coming
Oh,
Saturday.
great. Okay. So we want live from Basel, semi-final dress rehearsal too. In the meantime, I'm also going to get our colleagues over at ESC United or Eurovision Tom. Thank you so much for the subscription as well. Jetrature. That's a good name. I like that. Jetrature. Rolls off the tongue.
From what happened yesterday, do you think female Gojo should queue tomorrow?
Georgia.
That
No.
Female Gojo.
She kind of looks like Gojo in the rehearsal clip.
Well,
Have you not seen that?
No, I get the
No,
comparison.
come on, look. No, I'm getting...
But the answer is no.
She's never going to qualify. But seriously, it's like I saw this and I was like, why is it giving Milkshake Man? Because she's
also a bit Måneskin.
It's a little bit Måneskin. It's like Måneskin Milkshake Man. I don't think this performance has quite the same boyish, mischievous charm that Måneskin did. Because personally, I think thinly veiled propaganda is not particularly boyish nor mischievous. But I think the dancers are cool.
The dances are cool. The dances are amazing.
In all seriousness, we're going to have a little look at what Tom and what and what Eurovoix are saying. So let's read out that first one for Australia, and then we have some words on Montenegro as well. The night mode filter. 1 second. This happened the other day as well. Basically, my laptop was telling me to be sleepy. I have to tell it to turn off night mode. Where is night mode? Oh, now I can't find it. Oh, it's there. Right. Isn't that better?
That's bad. First up is Gojo from Australia singing Milkshake Man. First thing to note, there are loads of on-screen graphics making this look like a naughty QVC. In the second verse, we meet a woman called Susan, who follows Gojo into a magical milkshake machine for a costume change. It's very stars in their eyes.
During the sweet, sweet yum yum section of the song, there are cuts direct to the audience. That makes sense. To really bring out the call and response element of it. After a dizzying ending full of flashing lights and shirtless knee slides, we end on the television once again. This is some commercial.
Yeah,
so there's literally a television
it is a bit
effect
American
on the screen.
commercial. Yeah, you can see that on the screen.
Is it like they have a sort of like, you know, like...
Yeah. It's a bit of what we saw in the Switzerland song with the hosts yesterday.
In what sense? Like
the Telcel commercial.
Oh, what you mean the song the hosts did? I thought you meant Zoe May for a second. And I was like,
No. The hosts had from Switzerland. Yeah.
Okay, we have some words on Nina Zicic as well. Now, to be honest, I'm not sure about this one. The main thing I'm looking forward to, they have that sort of sword plunging down, which is meant to be
and she begins the whole staging with blindfolded.
How long does she keep the blindfold? Because she kept it for a while.
She gets it off before she starts singing.
And it's like, it just takes off? Is it like a tear off?
No, she tears it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know about the fact. I mean, I didn't like it to start with.
So I think she wears the blindfold for 10 seconds or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I will check to see if we have a clip of Dobrodošli from you. I keep choosing the wrong scene there. There we go.
I love how you pronounce that, by the way.
Dobrodošli.
Dobrodošli.
We do, in fact, have a clip from Jay. Let's see what we've got, and I'll play it for you in a moment.
Yeah, this is mid-song.
Yeah, this is the bridge. And then, okay, there's a drop on the costume, so I'm going to show you that. There is a slight, I wouldn't call it a costume change, but a slight costume alteration. Here we go. Here's 10 seconds of Dobrodošli. So that big thing we've seen, she does drop it before the end. Vocally fantastic.
She's on key the whole time.
I'm not sure about, and I can go a bit earlier in the video so you can see it on her again. I don't know about this thing. Because, I mean, I guess the effect of throwing it off is one thing, but...
Yeah, it's a bit Dobrodošli sneeze because she looks like a tissue.
A tissue or an airbag. She'd be very safe. Very safe? Very safe.
Very safe.
She'd be very safe if she travelled in a taxi or something. No, it's...
But it is interestingly designed. That's true.
The thing is the kind of grace and vulnerability that this kind of music tends to demand. I feel it a lot more once she's able to emote with her hands more easily. Yeah. Her arms are visible.
Yeah, that's true.
It does look a bit like a pillow. Lee is right. Maybe she can have a little snooze. Mm-hmm. It's good in the green room. To be fair, you have to...
Dobrodošli sneeze. Oh, I wish I hadn't said that.
Dolphin Dane says, our girl is not aerodynamic. Indeed. The dress is... If there was still a Barbara Dex award, yes, she would win it. I'm just checking in to see if we have some sources in there. It'd be good to get some second opinions as well. In the meantime, I would say I'm not hopeful for this particularly. We'll see.
There we have...
That's Ireland. We'll come back to Ireland in a minute. I just want to see, because obviously there's lots of different live blogs. One thing I really loved doing last night, we went around all through different
live blogs, yeah.
And sort of spoke and saw what they had. Let's have a little... Dan had some very interesting takes last night. We'll have a little look. So this is a key thing. right, that I'm going to emphasize here. The creative vision seems very messy. There's a lot going on without any real coherence, and it does distract a lot from her song and voice, which sounds great. This will struggle. That's what I thought about with the costume. Was that something that you felt you were seeing this afternoon?
Yeah. I think Dan's right with the messy part. There's a lot of going on, like the blindfold and all the different lightnings that have nothing to do with her performance. So yeah, messy is the word I would use. Yeah, I agree with Dan here.
I think as well, I mean, it's about sort of performances in search of moments in some ways, where it's sort of like, okay, in some ways, you're obviously cognizant of the fact that you're struggling. So now we're going to try and fish something out in the staging to try and pull us through. The obvious, ultimate Omega tier example of this is Mr. Theo Evan, who said hush and Europe said no you. Now, let's have a little look at... Was that a bit mean?
Sorry?
I said, don't worry about it. So, next we have Ireland and...
This is the end of the song.
Okay, so I'm going to play from in here then. Once the pyro starts, we'll go right from the top. Here we are, incoming now. We will have a short clip of Ireland. Remember, this is happening as we speak. This is from just a few short minutes ago. Sounds fine vocally.
Yeah, well, she's standing there. She's there the whole time, so she doesn't move from there.
This was probably a good idea. And let me explain why. Basically, with all the love in the world to Emmy, she's such a nice girl. I've had a couple of, I've met her on a couple of occasions. She can't really dance or move that well.
No.
At Eurosong, she did have some marks, but she seemed a little distracted doing them. There was a bit of a problem with focus, and because of that, it made her feel less charismatic. It made the performance feel less coherent. Yeah. I sort of have the same feeling if she'd been dancing here. Instead, putting on a big prop and having it, light up and so on, and letting her brother, who is, can just focus on dancing because he doesn't have to sing, do the silly stuff. This, it feels better. One thing I would say, though, and maybe you can explain why this is, because you were there. If we look at the odds to qualify this afternoon, although it's actually already dropped out. This is going to excite some of you in chat. I'm building you up to this. I was about to tell you about how like apart he had re-entered the top 10 in the odds. That's because no longer the case. I believe for the first time, possibly all season, Latvia has entered into the top 10 to qualify for the final.
Love.
It's about time. Because about
that
time.
Latvia is... You're all going to love Latvia so much. The staging is so good.
Well, we'll see it soon, won't we? Because it's the next song, isn't it? Straight after Ireland. So Latvia is on right now. Ireland. Latvia is on right now, which means we should have a clip. I will keep that eye out and I will show you that from Jay as soon as possible. But that kind of undermines what I was about to say. Thank you very much for the... I know someone just made a donation, but it looks like my dashboard has crashed, which means I can't actually see who made it. Whoever it was, thank you. I love you. I appreciate you. It's James who said, thanks for the entertaining distractions from work this week from the US. You're very welcome.
Oh, but here's the position history. Okay.
Yeah. So as you can see, it's touched 10th now. It has never been this high at any point since we started doing semi-final odds.
Over here, 14th, 14th, 13th,
and then
12th and 10th. Yeah, that's all staging. And the beautiful voices.
They do sound amazing. In fact, one thing I'd love to remind you guys of, I don't know if it was caught on camera, they sung What the Hell Just Happened in the London Eurovision Party press room with Remember Mondays. So you have these 9 voices together. Everyone just stopped what they were doing. Yeah. Because it was like this kind of, wow. Yeah. Let's have a little look and see. Oops, I'm just getting a little... It's because I put the microphone on the wrong thing. We await a Latvia clip. which should be here in the next couple of minutes. I would love to hear from someone in the press centre. Apparently, I'm up now. I forgot it's Armenia first.
Oh, it's Armenia.
I forgot about myself. I was so excited about Latvia, I forgot about myself. So, I'm on now. Latvia, clip, deep breaths.
Yeah.
I have the clip. I have it in front of me, okay? It's just arrived. So, I'm just going to check it.
Yeah.
Do you know what section of this is? You
This
said there was a
is-
dramatic reveal at the end. Is this clip going to contain it? Because if so, I want to make sure.
This is mid-song. This is like 75%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll play
This.
Okay, I'll show everyone this because this bit looks really, really cool. This is a beautiful bit of staging in the bridge. This is the kind of the mysterious, sexy fairies kind of thing.
Yeah.
What's that?
And it pops.
So, there's going to be some flashing in that final chorus, I suspect.
Yeah.
Not the milkshake man kind, but
No.
but as in the lights flashing kind. Can you explain to us at this point what happens next?
Now it goes on for I think 10, 20 seconds like this, and then it's more like what's in the beginning of the song. So they keep being in a vertical row.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
And I should say, and I can show you a quick still from earlier. So you do have before that, as you can see, they
This.
yeah, with the in the sort of power stance or
No.
stood. Whoa, what's that? Hold on a minute.
Yeah. Have you seen? Oh, you haven't seen it.
What's that?
Yeah. Look.
Okay, I can play you like 3 seconds. 3 seconds of this. Oh, that's cool. It's like they have tails.
It's projection.
That's neat. For a second, I thought they'd like thrown up like Vespa
like a bit of
style,
Czechia
kind of.
2023.
Yeah.
But it's not. No, it's projection, like the moon you saw.
And you can see, presumably, it'll be this camera you can see on the left-hand side is the one that will be.
Yeah, they use this
projecting
camera.
it.
Yeah, they use this camera. I think most of the time, but there's also a really nice shot in the middle of the song where it's from above. This is one of the best staging of the night.
I am getting some excited noises. And this is an extremely mean comment about Ireland that has been sent to me. Ireland falls hideously flat. There's no life to it at all, which is apt because that dog is dead.
Yeah, I just want to point out that in the chorus, she famously sings, "I hope Laika never died," but just in grammar, you can't hope for something that has happened.
This is true. I think also the fact is that it's definitely...
like you fall down the stairs and you say, "I hope I didn't fall down the stairs."
Oh dear.
That dog is dead.
The dog
It
is...
exploded in space.
No, it didn't explode. It froze. We've been over this. The dog died of hypothermia and asphyxiation, not of being exposed to a vacuum. It did not explode.
Yeah, but it exploded at some point.
It didn't explode. It's still
At
up
some
there.
point.
No.
Still
It's
up
still
there.
in orbit.
It exploded at some point.
It might be dead, but it's preserved. It will probably still be in the same state it was before.
Chad, did it explode?
Okay, we're going to need a poll on this. About the fate of... What was the fate of Laika?
Did Laika explode?
Laika...
That dog is dead as fuck.
Yes, the dog is dead, but... Laika is frozen, exploded, or still alive, smiley face.
Okay, what are we seeing? It's not frozen. It exploded. Yeah. Yeah.
So let's see how we go. Oh no, it's still alive.
No,
winning.
it's not still alive.
Would you say that
You
Laika...
all live in a fairy tale.
Would you say that Laika is a stay aliver?
Stay alive.
Speaking of which, do we have a clip?
Oh, there we have
Okay,
it.
I'm up. Let
That was a
me
bridge.
get a... I just got to get a good clip of it.
Yeah, this is a threat.
Okay, let's go from here then.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Kayla, for the $2, by the way. I appreciate that very well. Very much, even. Very well. Okay. It's dramatic.
His camera positions are very smart because they follow him in the treadmill.
Oh, really? So it's
Yeah.
like going back and forth. Is there like a camera sliding in here or something?
I don't know where it is, but if you can see it on the shot that it follows him when he's on the treadmill.
Chat is going wild right now. Thank you to everyone for your support. I appreciate that you'd like me to be in the final.
Yeah.
It remains to be seen whether I will be a sufficient amount of stay aliver. And he's over there.
I love that he's aware that he's not Park anymore, but Gabe now.
And that, yeah,
He knows this.
And the fact that I'm still not over the fact that when we met each other, initially,
Yeah.
I was said, I'm Gabe. And he was like, oh, nice to meet you. And then I went, as in Garg. And he was like, oh!
Your God!
Yes, and he literally, Pog said to me, you're Garg. It was a memorable moment. But to be honest, I actually think it's dramatic, it's fun. I think he could qualify. And
Thank
that
you.
would be
Thank
very
you.
nice.
Yeah.
I admit
Where
it
is
now.
he in the odds right now?
In the odds, we'll have a little look. He's
can
in
you refresh?
13th place. We're going to keep a close eye on this because remember, I'm going to refresh now. This is going to be changing a lot through this evening.
Yeah, first greens.
For context, he's where Iceland was in terms of percentage chance. So,
Yeah, it's still pretty close with Serbia, Ireland, and Latvia. Yeah.
someone says, if Garg qualifies tomorrow, will there be a stream with your twin brother? Just from a purely practical point of view, the answer is almost certainly no, because qualifiers from the second semi-final don't get a day off.
No.
They go straight back into rehearsals on Friday morning. They are at the arena all day Friday, all day Saturday, and no one's going to be doing anything on Sunday.
No.
We will be streaming from 3 until 5 on Sunday as a sort of little, calm down
Debrief.
after. Yeah. But other than that, I don't think you'll see anything on Sunday from anyone.
Where are we now on the lineup?
We are now awaiting. I'm going to have a little check. No news there. Let's have a little look on the live blogs and see what we've got. It'll also be interesting to see. I keep going to the wrong scene. It'll also be interesting to see what others are saying about it. So we'll see. Those last few, we'll get some word from the Eurovision live blog, which is very descriptive tonight because James is running it and he always does a great job. So we'll start with Ireland, which is I'll start and then you do. I'll do the first paragraph and you do the second paragraph. Okay. In the spirit of sharing, in the spirit of
Eurovision,
in the spirit of Leica, who by the way, 42% of people agree she is a stay aliver. And by the way, 29% said frozen, 28% said exploded. So I win this round. Now, up third is Emmy, and this is definitely going for the quote-unquote fun vote. Emmy's silver suit is a bit June-like, with a grey hood over her head. One of many things giving this staging a subtly spacey feel. There's a constellation of the star of this song, the space dog Leica, on the big screen behind them, before the dancing space gogs show up for the chorus. Take it away.
Emmy spends the majority of the song on the prop at the center of the stage, with the dancers providing much of the motion in this song. There's also a lot of moving lights and crane shots to keep this looking dynamic on stage. There's a big ending too. Big sparkler jets surround the stage as the party comes to a close.
And then there's
I
delay.
remember that. Yeah.
So, curtains. It hopefully won't be curtains tomorrow for Latvia. Did you like that pun? I thought that was a good pun.
That was a good one.
Thank you. There's rain coming down the screen at the start of this, which along with some deep blue lighting gives this such a different feel from the off. There's also some great fast edits of the girls using obscured lighting. This is a performance that cares more about how something feels compared to how something looks. It is pure vibes.
Yeah, the curtain is
Subtle.
subtle.
I think that's he's
I think
misspelled there, yeah.
subtle. I thought subtle was subtle, but it gives everything on the screen a little more texture. And what comes out most to me is the natural chemistry how two metas have for one another. They are united in this. And the staging choices serve to emphasize the most interesting parts of the production too. Final thing, there's a shot where they have animal tails. Yeah, that's the projection on the
Well, that is, I see they are pitching for the furry vote today. which is very sizable, to be fair. There's a big crossover between Eurovision and fairies, as I have discovered making this channel.
Yeah, and one thing about Latvia is that my Latvian friend Agnes, big shout out, pointed out to me is that a lot of people say Tautumaitas, but Tautumaitas is for bitches.
It's unfortunate. I'm sure we all know it's Tautumaitas, which is it's folk girls.
Yeah.
And then Tautumaitas is
It's
folk
folk bitches.
bitches, which
Yeah.
is like if they had a rap spin-off group.
Yeah,
I feel like they
the
do
rap
that.
spin-off. Yeah.
Park Survivor, and then we will get into Austria, and hopefully we'll have a clip for you soon as well. We're a little bit behind at the moment. We will catch up. Literally a treadmill on stage. The opening's really stylish, stark backlighting, quick edit vibe of a 2000s rock music video. The party trick comes out, and I'm not talking about Park without a shirt. It was me. I went on stage. No. The lights move the other way, running against him, adding to the feeling of the movement. Performance has personality, aggression. He's not afraid to get up close to the camera. He's almost confrontational. He wants you to know how hard he will fight to stay alive. He is enjoying himself, isn't he?
He is enjoying himself.
The whole staging is really active. In fact, it's got great energy from the first
It's
to
got great energy.
the
It's
last
totally right. Yeah.
second. Let's see any news from Dan.
Oh, wait. I saw there was some delay.
Oh, there we go.
After
Brief
a brief
delay.
So, yeah, because the staging from Austria is really hard to set up.
I'm going to ask for some insider thoughts on this. Give me a moment. And I will let you know when people let me know. Since the last one was about Leica being dead, it would be nice to get something a little more positive. I'm going to have a look, see if we've got a clip for you from Austria. And I very much hope so, because I've been looking forward to this one in a big way. So...
That's Remember Monday.
Okay, that's quite funny. I'll show that in a minute. So, Austria.
Yeah.
And we have the last 30 seconds by the looks of it.
No.
We're just going to let it load.
Wait.
Yeah, it is the last 30 seconds.
Yeah?
We're just having a little bit of lag, and now it's ready. Here we are. The first 10 seconds of the drop at the end of the Austrian performance. Everyone take a deep breath. Here we go. I feel like we need the camera angle to this a little bit, don't we? So, it's drama.
Oh.
It's pure drama.
It is pure drama.
It's a great staging, says the press centre, says our insider sources. Too distant to really challenge Kai. This is a bit mean. Someone called it Mont Selmelo on a boat, which maybe give you an idea of what the camera angle is like at the front of the boat.
Yeah,
That said, most
and
people won't get that
there's
reference.
a sidekick. There's a paper boat. It's in the whole performance.
Okay, but he seemed to throw it away, because if you look at the
He
start of the
threw
clip...
it away in the beginning of the video.
So we saw that clip in the beginning when we had the rehearsals, and you can see it again here.
Yeah.
There goes the boat.
And the paper boat is there for 2 minutes, and then he throws it away for the final part.
And then that's a really powerful final shot though, right there.
Yeah.
That is so powerful. So, it's a great staging. It seems the conventional wisdom, just based on what people are telling me at the moment, is that it maybe isn't winning. I will warn you guys in advance. I'm going to show you this photo, which Adam, who's
it is
one
a
of the
good
mods on the
photo.
Discord, has sent. This is the view they have for Remember Monday.
Yeah, because from the other side, they're filming it from the other side. The girls are behind this, and this woman is there for like a minute and a half.
Just sitting there.
They're sitting there because she has to move this thing.
Oh, really? So
Yeah.
Does it turn around?
No,
So-
she has to move the whole thing off stage.
Oh, gosh, just by herself.
No. The 2 people are coming to help in 1.5 minutes.
It reminds me of...
But this woman is a queen over here.
In 2023, I'm sure you all remember Brunette very well. I'm sure there's plenty of Brunette stands in chat. Brunette's entire prop came on and off as one thing. There were 4 stagehands inside it.
Yeah.
Because they would bring it on, but then they couldn't get off the stage
No,
in time.
no,
So they
yeah.
just sat inside. They were literally just sat there looking bored the entire performance. Yes. So the consensus on Austria seems to be great, but maybe not a winner. Let's see what other people are
let's see what Dan says.
saying. First words, we'll take a little look at what Dan is saying here. And thank you. T the One says, shout out ESC Furs chat. I think I know what that is. And I guess there's your shout out. Performance is shot in 4:3. It wouldn't be Sergio Hyan if he didn't mess with the aspect ratio. This is starting to become a trademark because Doomsday Blue, Shh, and this now all have.
Yeah, Shh was also in it. Was in
It's such a
69,
stupid song name to say, isn't it? It's like, oh yeah, I was just listening to the song Shh. Ugh, honestly.
Garbage.
And he holds on and sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Doesn't move around a lot. Lays down on the boat. Looks to fall into the ocean. Did hope for more action from him. That said, contender, mega contender.
No, but contender, mega contender.
Amazing.
I don't.
You don't think so? Explain, Sam. While I find some more opinions on my timeline, explain.
Well, we were there in the arena this afternoon, and all the eyes were on this staging, and it was a little bit underwhelming.
You think so?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Is there not a sort of a tyranny of high expectations here?
Yeah, that's it. But I'm not sure the staging is enough to win. The staging had to be perfect, and I don't think it's perfect.
I'm not. I want to believe is the problem. Let's see what Tom says, because we do always look out for Tom's thoughts here. Yeah, see, Tom, my God, Austria, so insanely risky, likely to be divisive, not necessarily a bad thing. Could be a winning strategy, could be a sinking ship. It'll be exhilarating to find out. I'm sure we can get some more details just on the kind of...
for the details, you have to be at James right now.
Yes, and so we'll have a look at that.
Yeah, this is also a song that in the arena you can't see that much, but on camera and back home on TV, you see the most.
By the second verse, the storm intensifies. The boat appears to move through choppy waters. That's a really clever effect. If they can make it actually feel like the thing is moving.
Oh yeah, it moves. It doesn't move at 1 centimeter, but because of the LED screen, with the LED floor, it feels that way.
Excellent. We have some news from the United Kingdom, and we actually have a video where we can see.
That's your country. That's your country. Oh yeah, the candelier. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to get a little bit of their vocals now. I just love, amidst a show of black and red, I'm just going to drop back since we've got a cameraman in the way there. Amidst a show of black and red, we have some colour. I think especially given you've got these gritty, sort of sad songs. Like, let's have a little think about that running order again for a moment. You have, before this in the running order, I really
Austria.
should just keep this up. Yes, Austria, but I'm talking about for a few before that, So we have, in this show, it's, sad song, sort of gritty song, sad song, gritty song. 4 of the last 5 songs are sort of these, I am sad for some reason or angry for some reason songs.
Yeah, true.
Then you just have this. And then you have 2 more sad songs afterwards. Yeah. It's like a little burst of joy. And I think it stands out well here. Obviously, it doesn't really matter because
it's a semi-final and no automatic qualified. But yeah.
It's a great introduction. And I think it's really exciting. We'll have a little look what James says. It's always a special moment for me as a Brit when I see our staging for the first time. Hasn't always meant good over the years. But remember, Mondays is different. They're always at the centre with smart camera movements that add scale without taking away focus. This is your paragraph.
There's such a strong musical theatre vibe with this, from the candelier to the little sound effect after sip my tea. It's playful. There's also new backing vocals added to the arrangement. Huge crane shots see the girls surrounded by swimmers in water in the LED floor, and in the quiet moments their personalities really shine. Dare I say, this is...
Read it. This is good. It's a UK entry and it's good.
It's good. It is good.
Thank God, honestly. The amount of pain...
Look. It may not be left field, but it is a good entry.
That's the crucial thing for me. This will do well, not last. We won. End the show now. End it. Finish it. Just stop the count. Stop the show now. We're not going to finish last. That's all that matters. And just look how stunning they are. I will say, of course, we did speak to Remember Monday the other day as well. And you can go back and watch the stream from Tuesday.
Yeah, because we did it on Monday.
Yes, to see that. And you were my cameraman that day.
Yeah.
What did you think of Remember Monday?
Remember Monday are so much fun.
Yeah.
They
They're
are
so
so
sweet.
much fun.
So genuine.
Yeah, they're genuine, and they are, because in my working life, I work in theatre, and they are true theatre lovers. They love the theatre, they love telling stories, and they love having fun on stage. And I think having fun on stage, you don't see that too much often, but you see that with them. You see that having fun with each other, you see they have fun to be on stage. Theatre kids, this is the song for you.
And as a theatre kid myself, that makes me very happy. You know, I was in pit orchestras when I was a teenager.
Really?
Yeah. Because obviously I played the drums, so I do percussion in like local productions of.
Oh yeah, I did too.
Various things. It's a sort of a core memory. What was the gasped for the press on Latvia? Says Scarlett. What was you said there was a moment before in the rehearsal this afternoon that made everyone gasp.
Yeah, that was when it's not a ponytail, it's like animal tail.
Oh, when the tails.
Yeah.
Okay, it was the tails moment, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So what does do well mean in this context? Like 15th, I'd be delighted with 15th.
Do well, it won't be last, it won't be first, it won't be 10th, but
It will be one of the other positions.
It will be one of the other.
I would love it if it somehow sneaked the top 10 because it could do great with the jury. There's a world in which it finishes like 4th with the jury. Their vocals are that good.
Yeah. Their vocal harmonies are out of this world. That is true. Yeah.
Let's have a quick look.
Then we have, I think, Greece.
Greece will be next.
Yeah.
Let's have a little look, see what the noise is from the room. We are keeping a close eye on everything for you this evening.
Oh, wait. The tails are a reference to our Oscar-winning movie Flow, which has a cat as the main character.
That's clever.
That is true.
That is clever.
True. And that's the first Latvian film to win an Oscar.
It is.
Yeah.
So, furries, I'm afraid you've lost this one to the movie buffs and the cat lovers. So I have to take back my earlier shout out.
Yeah.
Top 10 is possible, but everything has to be on point. Someone says meow tomatoes.
Meow tomatoes.
Perfect.
Perfect.
No notes, that's my
Sounds
favourite
like
one.
a chips.
Sounds like ships.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you call it crisps. We call it chips.
Ships.
Yeah.
Chips.
Crisps. In the Netherlands,
crisps.
we call that chips.
Ships, like a boat.
Yeah. No, chips. Like, you.
No, I know, but you said ships like a. This is an extremely stupid argument. What's happening with Greece, Sam? Let's find out.
Greece is static as fuck.
It's
it's.
It really is. No news.
Oh.
The news is no news. Let's wait and see.
Wait, refresh it again.
Or just
Because
in case.
James is fast.
James is fast, but what if it's still going on? No, we're just caught up. Finally, it took us till 9:48. Let's take a quick look at the qualification odds. Let's see if anything has shifted in the last 10 to 15 minutes.
Latvia are 2%
Up. 2% up. Look at the green. Look at the green. Latvia have slightly pulled ahead in the qualification odds. Not much
Serbia
change
is,
elsewhere.
Lost 1%.
It was on 49 when we looked before, but it was 50 this morning.
Oh, it was 50 this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in that time, because those other ones have gone up,
Yeah.
and like the chance for
True.
some others above have fallen. So
Denmark lost something. Yeah.
I think Latvia stands. It's absolutely the time to jump to conclusions and assume that they're safely going to qualify, and then not leave any room to potentially be disappointed tomorrow. So we've got to maximise that emotional damage if things go wrong, because what is Eurovision if not trauma?
Damage.
Exactly. So we're looking at song 7, Claudia Astromata. Sounds so good in the opening.
Yeah, another 10 seconds I needed to get ready. That's not the first time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they have 2 more shows to fix it. Her dress goes from black to white, super
Yeah,
clean.
that's-
So is it like a reveal? Is it a pull off, or is it a projection? How does it work?
To be honest, I can't remember.
It's like we said yesterday.
Yeah.
I remember talking with Jay about this. Jay jumped on the stream, and he's going to come here tonight after the show and give us his impressions. He jumped on the stream last night, and I was like, "So how was the show?" You know, and he was like, "I don't remember."
Yeah, because
just gonna take my
if
jumper
you
off, by the
see 16, or not, well, in this case 19 songs, you can't remember everything from every performance.
Oof, 1 second. Ah.
Oh, there's the reveal, guys.
This is the same. Okay, this is exactly how Claudia does it. To go from black to white, she does this
She
on
does,
stage.
but then faster.
Yeah, she's really fast. She's been practicing a lot. Floop. Oh, there we go. And then that can just go over there. For now, it was getting a little too warm. It's still very hot in Basel. Let's see if we have any words to get a few more details on this performance from.
I really don't
James.
remember if it's a projection or. Oh,
There's nothing. He's so shook.
James is going to the toilet right now.
I guess so. So obviously that means next. I know what's going to happen to the chat when I say this is Lithuania. Are you quite excited about this? Sam?
Yeah, it's my winner.
It's a nice
I
song.
need to support my winner. It's just Davo.
It's up for that for me. I think I have it second or third at the moment. I think third. I think I have Ukraine and Finland. I really held on to that one. Right. Let's see. I want to check for other updates on some of the last few songs that we have had.
Yeah, but I have an interesting point about Lithuania.
Go ahead.
They used the LED walls and the mountain projections you have at the back of the stage, the best of everyone this year.
You'd say so?
Yeah, because it really looks 3D.
Wow. Well, it's actually exactly what EFC United have said.
This is exactly what I said.
Lithuania uses the mountains on stage incredibly effectively. They also have a stutter effect on camera that works incredibly well.
Exactly.
The stare of the lead singer in the camera with the wind blowing is so well done too. This is amazing with the camera angles.
But this can be top 10. This can be top 10.
I feel like it may be the time to remind everyone of my take.
Yeah.
Because it was a take so extreme. Let me just. When you say something like this, you can't really wake up the next day. Note the posting time.
Yeah. Was this after the semi-final of Eurovision?
No, it was the final day. Because
After the
it
final.
was the same day as Estilal, and I was in
Oh
Australia.
yeah, same day as Tesla.
And
Because you texted me. I think Lithuania is something really good with a question mark, and then I looked it up, and I thought, yep,
obsessed.
Yeah.
Instantly. No, I have got to stay by this opinion now, because when you make a shout that bold, you kind of have to stick with it.
if it wins,
if it wins,
if
Lithuania,
what will happen in Gabe Milner's mind?
Well, I think actually I'd probably lose all my audience, because I'd become so insufferably smug that it would annoy all of you, and none of you would ever want to watch this channel again. Ty Zenner says, please don't curse us, Gabe. And everyone else says, Tavo. I did curse Belgium yesterday, so maybe I shouldn't say too much.
Yeah. But Vilnius 2026.
No, indeed. Vilnius, or maybe like Klaipeda or Kaunas.
Will be Kaunas, by the way,
options.
because it has a bigger arena, but...
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay. You can fly there from most UK airports. I'm going to be on the Ryanair next year. Let's look at some clips. We have Greece and Lithuania. For you.
Greece. Yeah.
This Greece one from this angle actually looks really cool. I'm going to get it up on screen for you now. I'm just going to play the first 10 seconds of this. So you've got these descending lights here. It does a little bit, doesn't it? I love the way it's like she has wings. with the banks of, maybe it's just this specific angle, but
She does.
to be clear, it sounded like her vocal went out. I think she didn't flame out. It was actually just the iPhone microphone, the change of tone. Let's listen to it again. Did it cut out?
I think there's a mic problem over
It's
there.
a mic problem. It's a mic problem. Besides, we would have seen other people saying it. If that was what was going on. Let's quickly skip forward because there is the outfit change.
Yeah.
You can see the light emerging, and oh wow, that's
it's a beautiful,
so
it's a
cool.
beautiful dress. It's beautiful.
Oh, just like that. Oh wow, that was really cool. Faith Eurovision, thank you for the subscription. Tier 1, very much appreciate that. That is cool. That is really cool.
I don't remember this one. Yeah.
I think that is a moment that we need. It's giving Nina. It's better than Nina.
Yeah.
Now that is better. That's the kind of thing when I was talking about. Okay, they need to actually stage this. These kinds of things.
Yeah, but to be fair, this is the last 30 seconds of the song. So you have 2.5 minutes
of nothing happening before.
where nothing's happening. So an outfit change is always good, but maybe
just a little bit earlier.
a little bit earlier,
Just something else.
where people didn't went to the toilet yet.
True. That is true. Now we also have a clip of Lithuania, so we're going to go straight to that.
Oh wait.
What?
My girlfriend is a costume designer, and she said it's a dress over a dress.
Oh, so the first one just falls
With
away.
with plastic with magnets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah.
So I'm gonna I'm gonna show you this first.
Oh yeah.
This is a shot of some stage personnel. You can guess which act is about to take to the stage, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of information about Malta very soon.
Yeah, but this photo is just.
It's iconic. We do have a clip for Malta as well. So we have Lithuania next, and then we're going to go straight to Malta after
Okay,
that.
tag along with me, people.
No, you got to let them hear it. Let's see. Where are we in this? Is this the bit with the tabo? Let's check.
No.
Oh, it
now
is.
guess.
Right.
Yeah, this is the typo part.
Right, so I'm going to play this. Oh, that's amazing.
But look at
Oh, yeah, the mountains. Oh, that was gorgeous.
That's good. Yeah,
That's
that's brilliant.
That's amazing. Okay,
And
right.
in the arena, it really looks 3D. It really, it's amazingly done.
I'd love to see. I can't wait to see that effect with, the TV camera. But that looks great.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
So, for the people who said this wasn't going to qualify,
Come.
just
Go
please.
on.
Come on, just tell us it again. The doubters, yeah, and also, like I said, the diaspora, Lithuania has all of its natural friends in the semi anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Like 24 points from Ireland and the UK,
Yeah.
nailed on,
yeah,
straight
no,
away.
it's-
And that's before you get to all the rest. This isn't a curse. They want the Lithuanian diaspora map. No, I already did Poland and Ukraine today. We're not doing any more diaspora maps. You say you must not jinx it. I didn't jinx Ukraine. I think I willed Ukraine into existence. So we are still going on. The time now is just about to hit 10 p.m. local. Thank you all so much for being here. Just as a reminder, we are about just under halfway through the semi-final.
Yeah.
We have had 9 of the 18 performances tonight. In a moment, we are going to look at the clip of Malta, which has been sent to us by Jay. Dunder says they want map or poll. I'm scared. Yep, it's all they ever want is map or poll. Maybe I will give them map.
Map or jinx.
I'll show them map, but if you want map, you'll have to promise me that you're going to subscribe to the channel. You have to promise me that you will check in social media for...
Tip the guy.
Yeah, that too. And also, obviously, we have our Discord as well. If you want to join the conversation after tonight, Discord is the place to do it. It's a Thunderdome, but it's a nice Thunderdome. And I love it in there very, very much. So, just to satiate all of you, I'm going to show you a map of the Lithuanian diaspora. And
It's quite big. Yeah.
It's here we are. So,
Yeah, and it's the same as in with Albania, Estonia, Latvia. There are more Lithuanians living outside of Lithuania than living in Lithuania itself.
So you can see obviously the UK is the key one here, and the UK and Ireland in the darker colours shows it. But obviously the big diasporas relative to population size are important. So Sweden and Norway. Obviously they don't have these in the semi-final, but they could come handy in the final. Denmark they do have, it's in the same colour. Germany, the population is bigger, which makes the effect less. But there are some key allies here. Time G37 asks, why are there so many in the UK? You know, sometimes you just get these migration patterns. When you go to different countries, you will find, for example, when I was in Estonia, there are lots of there's a quite large community from Azerbaijan. And it's just because these historical migration patterns get established. In that case, it was from an intra-Soviet Union time, and communities get established. Once there's a community, if you're looking to move abroad from that country, you're going to go where there's already people who speak the language, who you can quickly, associate and integrate with. The one thing you did mistake, the Estonians all stayed at home. But there are plenty.
Tallinn's a great city, so
this is the thing. Oh, I love Tallinn. I can't wait to go back. Maybe we'll be there next year if Tommy Cash has his way. Now, I think I've teased you all enough on this. We have Malta and we also have Georgia, which has come with the caption, "I am so confused." I'm glad to report we have the balls. That backdrop is just pure overstimulation. Well, we said that Justina was an everything burger last night. This is a kind of...
It's much.
An assault on the senses, but overstimulation final boss, says Lee in chat. But you know what? I kind of love it. Like, what is with the? I guess, are they leopards? Are they
leopards? Yeah.
I mean, she loves leopard print.
Yeah. So it's what she's wearing. Yeah.
And she was handing out at London Eurovision party. She had leopard print thongs that said "serving" on them. I have one of those in my house.
Really?
Yes, I in fact am the
owner of
a serving thong. I'm wearing it right now. I'm not wearing it right now.
Serving.
Yes, indeed. I'm not wearing them in Basel, unfortunately. Have you seen Austria? Says Zeltmensch. Yes, we watched it just before. You can go back and look at the clip. Now, we'll talk about Malta in a minute, and we've got a few to go through. It's just, I want to show you these clips as I receive them, because I really want you guys to feel like we're there in the moment.
Yeah, it's Georgia.
Georgia now. I'm just going to play 10 seconds of this. Why does she have the Don's ring? So Jay is confused, but that costume she's wearing there, let's see if we can see it better, is totally different to what she ends up wearing. Mm-hmm. Like, there are outfit changes, and then there are... What changes?
A complete transformation.
Why?
So I have
How does it happen? You've seen it, right?
Yeah.
Can you explain this to us?
She takes it off.
Just, like, on stage? Like, on camera? Just...
No, not on camera.
Did they make it slick?
No, not slick. No.
It's not slick.
No, she takes it off, but the camera, I think, has a wide shot. So you don't see it that good on camera.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure about this, because I'm gonna confess that at this song, I was looking at my phone more than at the stage, but...
Well, it is dull as dishwater, which probably contributes to that.
Yeah.
I'm just worried that the Don's ring will charm her, and miraculously this will make it to the final. I hope that doesn't come true, because this is just... I don't mean to be rude or anything, but I just think it's so obviously the weakest song of the year by like a very considerable distance.
It's also the weakest staging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing good about it. I remember Tom said in a video some months ago, this is the kind of thing you send when you're about to withdraw from the contest. And I hope that's not true, because Georgia has in the past sent some really interesting stuff. I don't know what's happened to our friend James, because the Eurovoix live blog is dead. It's dead.
Wait.
Do you want to check in and make sure he hasn't, been
He's okay.
kidnapped?
Yeah.
In the meantime, we're going to try and get some more information for you about those last two performances, about Malta, about Georgia. I'm still really excited about the way the mountains and stuff are used in Lithuania. It looks like they've really integrated it well. So we will look for something. That's quite a phrase just to condemn Georgia from Tom Hendrick. Apart from the voice, there is nothing distinctive or original about it. So there you go. Georgia, if you had any risks, any concerns about it, I think you don't need to. It's out. It's not competing. It's not really in the same league as everything else. Malta, apparently just solid. It's great fun. It's what we've seen before. The bouncy balls, of course.
Fans of Ted Lasso.
Yeah, they have to be careful, because obviously you had a problem in the national final where one of the balls actually ran away. The dancer had to sort of shuffle across stage and catch it and bring it back again. We're going to try and find some more information now. Again, now, Georgia has actually cursed themselves here. Because obviously yesterday it was Red Sebastian's birthday. Today,
Did she do that? She didn't do that on the rehearsal.
Well, I guess maybe because there's people in the room this time.
Hey!
I guess you count as a person. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Do you think there is a chance that our beauty blender surprise NQ, due to the audience mics being more silent, maybe not picking up the can't screams? That was not what was going to put this in the show or not. It's always going to qualify because it's a strong song and it's a strong package, and the cheekiness and the fun of it is not specifically related to that word. The shock value helps, but still, I have to say, I really hate this outfit. Sorry, we will move on because I don't want it to turn into a bit of a Georgia hate parade. But I hate this outfit.
Your local production house.
Yeah, like we stitched together all the little bits of
Yeah,
fabric
yeah,
we
yeah,
had
yeah,
left
yeah,
over
yeah,
at the
yeah.
end. And like these sparkly things, it looks
What is
tacky.
Is it? Can you zoom in a bit?
I can't zoom in any further than that.
Is it? It really looks like it's stitched manually, but not done good
That
manually.
means someone spent time on that.
Yeah.
No news there from song number 9, Malta. We will see what we can find for you. Give me a moment. We're just hoping to get a couple more perspectives. In the meantime, we await more news from the next song, and the next song of the show will be France. Now, I was excited about this. I briefed you all to be excited about this.
Can I say something about this?
Yes.
In the arena, this song needs a setup time for 5.5 minutes.
Wow, 5.5. Okay. That is...
So there's a commercial break and the host moment before France.
Right.
And then the question arises, is that fair against all the other contestants?
I would say the way this works is the EBU, not the EBU, the host broadcaster receives...
SRG?
Yeah, that was really nice in Dutch. Can you say that again?
SRG?
In English, SSR, SRG.
Yeah.
Just don't have to say into it.
Yeah, sorry.
The host broadcaster receives, the sort of technical specifications and so on. We were talking about this about Louane earlier, actually. From each broadcaster, saying, here's what we want to do. And then the technical team looks at it and they can say, we think, yes, we can do this in 48 seconds. Or no, we can't. Mm-hmm. So in France's defence, I will say they will have submitted a proposal and it will have been accepted. That's not on France. If it's technically infeasible in that time, then it's on the production team to say that.
Yeah.
And to go back and say you have to make these changes.
Yeah. Because there's a commercial break. And of course, rehearsals are always slightly longer, but I think it will be 4 minutes maybe, and that's 2.5 minutes more than Loreen got. Because I checked, and Loreen had 2.5 minutes. So yeah.
So I want to quickly talk about, while we're waiting for the next song. This is the what will happen in the chorus. Will the audience know what the original lyric was? Mirjana's staging nails the build-up with so many details that make me feel like we've got tickets to her tour. And then, not really. At least on the broadcast, we've got the breath, but not what could have been there. So, that's confirmation, by the sounds of it, you cannot hear the audience say cunt.
Nope.
Which makes me sad. Poll us about this. Poll us about what? We were just like, poll! And then I'm like, what do you want? And they're like, I don't know. Now, apparently, it took less time on this occasion. France was quicker this time, actually. So France did take to the stage more quickly. I'll try and get a clip for you soon. Took less time on this occasion, one of the big favourites.
Yeah.
She's holding an hourglass in the first shot, the passage of time being made clear. That's what we discussed earlier. She dances in the sand, almost Loreen-like in many ways. The camera work is intimate, but always moving with Louane as she interacts with streams of falling sand. This must be so challenging for the production team. From the second verse, the beat picks up and Louane digs through the sand to find only a mirror facing herself. The whole staging, to me anyway, seems to be about fighting against time and how it's impossible to win. Interesting. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
With the sand tornado effect, it's more like she's accepting the sand's flow. It's a really lovely, expressive staging. That last bit, I agree, she is accepting it. But, I mean, based on what we saw, I mean, it's not about being impossible to win. It's not about winning. It's about accepting it.
Accepting that the time is
that it will
flowing
pass
away.
and that you have to accept these different roles in your life. And so for me, I think it's good because James hasn't seen that interview and he doesn't speak French and he understands it writing this live.
That's saying something.
Which is a good sign.
Let's
Let's see
the
if we have
tornado effect that makes the whole performance. I think you can see it over there.
Sorry?
I hope you can see the sand tornado effect. The rotating sound effect. No, not
This clip doesn't have the rotating sound effect, but it does have a quite cool. So this is leading into, I think, the first chorus.
First chorus, yeah.
So you can see she's on the floor amongst the sand and it's falling behind her. You can see just at the top that black thing in the light, which is where it's coming from.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's interesting that they have... I hadn't actually seen this as well. This is definitely pre-planned because they can't have made this much in such a short time.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited. At the same time, I want to see that hourglass and I want to see that, the wiping the mirror on the floor. Again, it's what I was saying. It's the visual symbolism. So, it sounds... I mean, she sounds great. I'm going to try and find a couple more viewpoints for you on this and on the last few. We obviously have a few live blogs going across the fan media bubble tonight. We will push on, and obviously there are more songs coming. Everyone who is now shitposting about Saba in chat, I am going to distract you with this. This is from Tom Hendrick. France, stunning, I welled up. This was clever, creative, and beautiful. Everything works. No notes.
Yeah. It's definitely a contender.
Is it? I'm allowing myself to hope a little bit because I feel quite attached to this song. After this, we have Sissal, by the way, so that will hopefully be a long soon. No, that was Emmy dancing around with an Azerbaijan hat on because her favourite was Run With You.
Really?
Yeah, I guess similar timbre of vocal.
Oh, that's true, by the way. Yeah.
I say that with love. I actually think I find Emmy's sort of thing to be.
Yeah. Vocally.
I'm going to go with Tom, I think. Interesting. Let's focus on the key line here. This feels like a much safer bet for the jury winner than Austria.
And he's totally right.
Do you think it's a bit more accessible?
It's more accessible, and I think people can connect with it because everyone in this world has lost a parent. has lost a child, has lost someone they loved, who maybe was a mom or a parent. So, yeah, it's not even a question that it will gain more televotes than Austria will.
Let's see. I'm keeping an eye on these odds. And by the way, because I know you're all very excited about this, I do want you to let you know there's been a tiny... Latvia has edged up a tiny little more, and Ireland has fallen away a tiny little bit more. We should say that some bookies have Serbia or Ireland as their 10th place. Latvia is not universally 10th. Yeah, but it is getting there. We're also going to look at the winners' odds now, because I think when it comes to France, it'll be interesting if we see any movement from there. And we do see a little bit. It's early days. This has just happened. We need to give this maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes to react. But you can see we're starting to see these greens since the last update. The last time we looked at this was maybe 10 minutes ago.
Cool bets also always just the
first?
The first, yeah. And then better known and BWEN, yeah.
This one. When I was a kid, I was talking with Bryn.
Bryn. Oh, I said BWEN, yeah. Okay, but so, yeah, France is gaining some, not every...
Well, watch it edge up. These two at the end are important as well, because these are the exchanges. These are bettors trading bets with each other. So if these odds fall precipitously, it could mean the rest of it is going to move soon. We are waiting for more clips and more news. And we do have...
Danske.
Here she is. Here's her big note. Take it away. So, firstly, thank God she's been ill all week.
Yeah,
she's been they had to cancel press engagements. They had to cancel other media stuff. They had to cancel all kinds of the sort of meets and greets that artists do.
Yeah, for people who don't know, she's been struggling with vocal problems for like 2 weeks now. Yeah. Just in time, it sounded to me like she was on point again. We'll get some second opinions. Can you do it one more time just to listen if she's entirely on key?
Yes, of course. And I think chat will be very happy to see the clip again. So that's what we're going to do. Why is there no sound? You're not hearing anything either? Well, chat can hear it. I don't know why we can't, but chat can hear it. I think it might be our headphones have just broken.
Yeah, that's just...
in any case, I'm glad you all heard it. Chat, can you please tell us if it was on key? Mini Miz, thank you for the 100 bits. I saw that. She hits that shit, says Lyra. It sounds good, says Time G37. Wellico says she's struggling a bit.
Jag video dansk här. Ja.
Was that Danish?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. I mean, I wouldn't get too into that. The Danes get Scandinavian countries get awfully worried when you start speaking in their languages.
But no, it wasn't that good Danish.
Well, it sounded convincing. You could have been like, yeah, I speak Danish, and I probably would have believed you. Yeah, we can see some movement in the odds now, by the way. Some of the odds are starting to shorten for France. We'll come back to this in 10 minutes or so, just when we know a bit more, because it's too soon to tell. Let's have a little look at the live blog. Let's look at some opinions from other creators, other outlets.
Yes, here's James. Yeah.
I will put it on screen. There we are. So, the one and only James says it was going to change the staging. Sissal said this. She was true to her word. More dreamlike, more wistful. Interesting. Sings with a curtain around her. That's a bit cheesy, I'm sorry. It's black and white at first, but when she sings the word colours, it bursts into colour. Yeah. I don't mind staging being literal now. That feels like it's a little bit corny and on the nose. A little bit
too literal, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've been going back and forth on how this is going to do. But in addition to that, I also really want to get my bottle of Coke Zero out the fridge. So if you have any opinions on how you think this is going to do, why don't you tell us now?
Yeah, well, because I have just one big, strong opinion, and that is I do not like her costume. I think it's dreadful.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's dreadful.
What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
It's better than the national final, although that one wasn't good as well. Though she did also say that it wasn't
Yeah,
good.
can you get the picture up?
Of the costume, yes.
Yeah.
I'll go to the site with the press photos.
The costume is just, it's horrendous.
Right, I'm going to find the press photos for you now. As we approach 2 hours on the stream, by the way, we are almost halfway through this show and just 2 hours away from the biggest news of the night, which is the result of the audience poll.
Yeah.
Just to remind you, we will be joined by Ben Robertson for that. These are first semi-final galleries. Just scrolling back, trying to find it. Looking in rehearsals at the moment. Well,
Yeah, there
spotted.
we have. Okay, so I'm talking about the blue costumes he's wearing.
Yeah, we're gonna get them up on screen for you. Thank you very much for the donation that just came through. I heard that. So that's the costume there.
Yeah, because it doesn't match her body figure and her how am I going to say this nice.
Okay, don't worry.
Okay,
you said it already.
there is a part of her body.
Okay, fine. Yep. No, we get it.
Yeah.
Faith says 100 bits. Thank you for the consistent streams. They really keep
Unflattering.
going. Yes.
Thank you so much. It's
Unflattering is the word. That is the word.
Yeah.
Similar problem to the national final, I think. This is the thing, is I wanted the costume to change because I felt it was unflattering. I still feel it's unflattering. At the same time, I kind of respect her for being like, this is what I want to do. And she stuck to it. And there is something to be said for that I appreciate. We should say, by the way, all of these photos are EBU and taken by Alma Bengtsson, who is one of the EBU's fantastic photographers. And we have to say, all of those guys, the photos they take are really great. Now, we are going to keep going.
I think
And
people
we
are a bit mad at me.
No, I think, it's a fair enough. It's an interesting conversation to have, but we will keep going because there is actually more news from Czechia.
Yeah.
Which is Adonis, who says his performance gets on the way and will hopefully bring you some video of this soon. I will say on the flip side though, when it came to Sissal, I thought her vocal sounded great, which is nice because she needed that after being sick all week. Mm-hmm. Adonis' performance gets underway with a super wide shot narrowing on his eyes. Then the screen opens up to show him bathed in white light from every angle. He's got a mic stand to use that gives him a bit of extra presence. As the second verse begins, his dance team joins him. Now, for the dance break, everything changes. White turns to red, the lights lower, lowering further. They almost touch him. I mean, he's very tall. For the final chorus, there's a gorgeous shot with the dancers behind him, creating an effect like the Ancient One does to people in Doctor Strange movies. I'm not familiar with the reference. Do you know it? And if you so, could you explain it?
No, I know the Doctor Strange movies, but thank you, James, for that.
So, we will see if there's a clip now available. Give me a moment. We have Luxembourg,
That's the next one.
but not Czechia. Let me check in. Oh,
Let me
Jay's
check
typing
Czechia.
now. Jay's typing now, so it sounds like we will have some news soon. Oh no, he sent Luxembourg. He sent the word Luxembourg very confidently, and it was actually Czechia in the clip. Grackle of Weltschmerz says, thank you very much for the support. Says Sissal following Erica's advice and wearing what she wants. You know what? That is fair enough, and I think to a degree, there's a lot of important commentary that's been done this year on, from Erica and others about, judging people or, maybe sort of saying, oh, certain people should or shouldn't wear certain things. So actually, I think to a certain extent, we can accept the criticism of, I think we can accept the criticism fully of, in chat of what, as someone who loves like Ish Common, for example, I think there is an element of practicing what I'm preaching there. And so I fully take that on board. We do have some more clips, which we're going to play for you now. This is the left one, so that one's yours. Yeah. Do you have any idea what I did with my headphone? Oh, it's right in front of me.
That's right in front.
There's my headphone. So we will move forwards. And I will go to this one in a second. We still have no sound on our end, so I'm just going to try and fix that. Give us one moment. Oh yeah, I can see there. It's lost the headphones, so I'm just going to restart that. And in 3 seconds, we'll know whether it's back or not. So, I'm going to play it now.
No.
Well, you guys will get to hear it. We will just get to see it, which means you get to explain to us how it goes. But this is the transition into the dance break that we are showing now. Right, off we go. Wow, I love that with the sending lights.
Yeah,
and
the
everything.
sending lights on, mate.
All right, that's really cool. So, that is the clip. I'm keen to hear what you all feel
was it
about
on
that.
key? I think it will be because he's a great singer, and the audience reaction
Very strong.
very strong. Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing is, we spoke to him yesterday and like, he seems so ready for this, but his voice as well, it's so deep and he's sort of really come to terms with it in a way that's really exciting. I'm just seeing if we've got any other news coming in. Got some sources on the ground.
Yeah.
Nothing on this yet, but we'll come back to it. I will work out how to fix this audio issue later. For now, let's put our headphones back in the little thing. It might be they've actually just run out of battery. They've been out all day. So put them in there. There we go. They're charging. In the meantime, you guys are going to have to tell us. Actually, there's another thing I can do, which I'll do instead. Beg my pardon. So I love the red, and Trousers Down says, Skibbity Parg Daddies. It's that kind of evening. It is that kind of evening. Per Kyle Lemons asks, is the trend of the year red? Yes, it is. Apparently, Israel had a voice crack, said Jay. We're not going to show a clip of Israel on the stream. Obviously, they are on now. I'd encourage you all to watch the video we did about this last year.
Yeah.
Which remains my position on it. Well, obviously, just to give us a broad idea of how things are going to go with Israel, we will quickly see if there's any descriptions posted about it, just to give the vaguest of ideas. And then we're going to go back to Luxembourg. It's basically... what I suspect, though, is that it's going to be too much, because there was too much sparkles when I saw that. So, Luxembourg, the visual storytelling in Laura's staging, I'm going to put this on screen, comes really well on broadcast. It's in that second verse where you can see the power dynamic shift in the shot composition and the way Laura moves. It's not the most overt thing, but once you notice it, the choreography really illustrates the song's story. The middle eight almost flows like a dance break or even a call and response section. Not only that, she hits the higher notes. There's a great sense of scale with dynamic camera movement, showing off the full width and depth of the stage. So, they've delivered, says James. You will need to be the judge of that in some ways, because we are going to play the clip, and I can make it so we can hear it, so I'm going to do that now. If you just give me a moment. That one.
I'm gonna have a fun fact after.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's something really funny in the staging.
About Luxembourg?
Yeah, about Luxembourg.
Okay, right. I am going to play the first act in 10 seconds of this clip now. There's the costume change in there. We're a bit over 10 seconds, so I can't play you anymore, but I can show you some quick stills. As you can see, a very dramatic shift from the sort of puppetry dress to this. It looks actually a lot more dramatic, and I prefer that costume a lot to the costume change that we had in the national selection.
Yeah. But the fun fact is can you go to like second 10 or something?
So in the middle here?
Yeah, no, back. So if you can see the dollhouse on the LED screen, right? There's a TV there. And on the TV, they show Frans Gal.
That's great. That's really great. Do you think it's AI generated, though, the backdrop? Because there was a couple of people speculating about this. I wasn't sure because I could see more symmetry than I would normally see in something that's AI generated.
I don't think it's AI generated.
Okay, fair enough. And you've obviously seen it in the room and had a good look at it.
Yeah.
So let's hear your opinions on Luxembourg. I still think it's qualifying. I think it's kind of a bit dainty and fun, you know? So I think it's probably going to sail through. At least I'd hope it would, because I quite like the song. We're going to have a little look at the odds. Obviously, these things are constantly shifting all the time. But the first indications for Luxembourg are good. As you can see, there's been some small odds shortening here. Yeah, on that one. Boyle Sports there have just shortened their odds. Looking good at the moment. Also, Czechs stayed totally the same place as did the Greeks after their respective performances. I'm getting really excited for Erika Vikman now. We're not far away from Finland because, what do we feel if we come away from this evening and Finland has landslid the audience poll? Like 30%,
if that
40%.
happens.
Do we start talking about it as more of a winning contender? Please.
Let me think. Well, if it's a landslide, like 30%, 20%, 30%, like Kai numbers, then we can talk about it. Yeah. Then we can talk about a win. Yeah. I'm not sure, but it is an amazing act. It is an amazing act. So she would deserve that. She would deserve number one at an audience poll. Yeah, she would deserve that.
Fingers crossed. I mean, to be honest, I'm looking at this list and I think who's challenging for it. I mean, Malta, France. I can't really see who else would win the audience poll out of these songs. Diamond doesn't.
Australia is going to be, I think, 5th or 6th or something. So yeah, I think Finland is going to be number one.
We are waiting. We are okay. Apparently, they're looking into. By the way, I think there's some fan press looking into just some clarification about the build-up to France. Like I said, they would have had to follow the same rules as everyone else. Apparently, Kariya is live streaming the jury show right now. That's not very smart of him. Also, apparently, one quick thing about Israel. Apparently, there was a small voice crack. Again, it's a rehearsal. But we're not having those arguments in chat. I can see you having the arguments in chat. It's not worth it, is all I'm going to say. Let's just keep on focusing because we have more songs coming. In fact, Germany, I believe, is about to be on. We may even have some news now.
Yeah.
Let's see what we've got for you here. Okay, I'm waiting for news from Jay. And I have some.
This is the second part of the song. Yeah.
Okay, right. We're going to play some of this for you now. Well, I was a big fan of the kaboom at the end.
That's cool.
That looked fun. The vocal was okay.
Yeah,
It's partly a stylistic thing though, so I don't know.
What do you think about the cello, the lighter cello?
I think it's fun, but they're not smashing it this time, are they?
No, they're not smashing it. But it is. I think it's a fun prop. Yeah. But to be honest, is really hard to do like they do in the recording in the studio version.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they can do some stuff on the backing track. And I'm trying to see how many of them are on stage. Do they have space for an offstage backing vocalist? It was clear at the start, wasn't it?
I don't think so. Wait, I think there are 4 dancers.
If there's 4 dancers, I can see 1, 2. That looks like there's 5 of them on stage in total. So,
yeah,
they have probably a backing vocalist hidden somewhere
on stage. On off stage, yeah.
Yep, in chat they're confirming. Frock says, yep. For those of you, if you're struggling with the Discord link, by the way, discord.gg/ESCGabe will get you the same result. So you can always try that. Right, we're going to try and get some reports on how this performance was, obviously in a little more depth. And there's a few others as well, which of course have been going on that we want some updates on.
Interested in what Tom feels about Germany.
Well, Germany stands after weeks and weeks of struggling. You finally have some good news. Vocally sounds really great. Very true to the radio edits. So happy for Tina that she's recovered. We are so back. We are, in fact, back. We have never been so back.
We've never been backer than this.
Yes, exactly. And we will continue to be
back.
I am pleased. Are you pleased? I'm pleased.
I'm pleased. Yeah, I love this song.
And my girlfriend's German and she loves this song.
I love this song.
I hope she's pleased. Oh, maybe she's watching. Hi, honey. I hope she's watching. She's in Norway, you know.
In Norway right now?
Yeah, apparently it's very warm. Now, we will keep on moving to some other opinions.
Luxembourg.
Fucking fabulous. Thing is, you got to remember for Tom, this isn't the top level compliment. The top level is if he says he's gooped. So this is like second level.
Yeah, if you told me this came top 10, I'd absolutely believe you.
I mean, that's fighting talk. I think he might be getting overexcited.
maybe it's top 10 semi-final.
True. And a small revamp on sounds very small. A rippling thud in the first third of the song with demo. Didn't they have that in the original? Because there was that kind of like
yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
I thought so too.
Maybe it's just been emphasized a little more. Let's have a look at some of the other takes because the timeline is full of plenty of them. Let me just bring some to you. We're waiting for Finland. Finland has not been on yet. Obviously, it's next. I'm really nervous, by the way. I'm so nervous about Finland. Right, here's some more stuff on Germany. Vocal rest helped. Dancers dance with big lights in their hands. Crowds seem to enjoy it. She rips off her skirt. Oh yeah, because you saw she had a long skirt, doesn't she, at the start, and she rips it off, and then there's the shorts like you saw in that clip.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Slight revamp. Parts of the performance lacking energy. Okay. We may only be partly back.
Lacking energy? I'm not. No, I don't agree. No, I don't agree.
The Finland postcard just ended, by the way. So, okay, I want everyone to take a moment.
Stay calm.
I'm really scared.
Why are you scared?
I love this song so much. It's my favourite song of the year.
You want it to win.
I really want it to win. I really want it to win. And I've been watching it fall away.
Okay, big breath. Here we go.
The nerves always set in eventually. Last night it took me another hour or so before I really started getting like down and like sort of hyperventilating about the audience poll and stuff. Tonight I'm feeling a lot more stressed about this for some reason. Well, it's my favourite though, isn't it, ultimately? Let's see what we've got. In the meantime, while she's performing, we will await a clip. We completely forgot about Serbia, and I think that's... We totally forgot about Serbia. Which,
to be fair... From the the main part of the stage to the frame part of the stage.
This is such a ridiculous image. I'm sorry.
No, but on camera it kind of works.
No, it doesn't. It looks ridiculous on camera.
No, it's quite funny.
It looks ridiculous.
It is quite funny. The most funny part for me is that he has a sort of overall as a costume. So the image is a bit like he's a prisoner that gets. Yeah.
At least they made it. At least they didn't make it like orange. Oh, there he is, and now he's here. There he is. Oh, I need to mute. That's fine. Well, I mean, fine. It's still ridiculous. Yes, as someone says, that's not what we mean by drag him.
I feel they could have done more with the LED screen.
Yeah, I don't know. It felt like they phoned it in a little bit on the broadcaster side because all they wanted was for it to be over this year. Let's see what people are saying. First tweet out from Luis Mesa Cabello, a good friend of the channel from Spain. Without air, I can't tweet. Erica has taken it all away. Let's see what else. I want everything. I want my whole time. I want to see what everyone is saying about this right now. ESC Tom says, just watched Erica, and now I'm pregnant with triplets.
Yeah, in the arena, this is the best closer they could have picked.
Ever.
It's
amazing. Oh, now I'm excited. Now I'm getting excited. I want more news. People start texting me things, please. Oh. It's just started coming out. Please tell me. Oh, I'd love to have if we have a clip or something. Let's see what we've got. Wow, okay, so the task was to make the UMK staging but bigger. She 8 and 100 times better. The camera work is without a doubt the best of the night. The vocals are incredible. The finish was fantastic. This is what we wanted. Well, now I'm sad.
The finish finished.
I don't like it. Let's get some more posts. Who else do we have? The ESC United say she looks and moves like a superstar. The press centre was loudest for this one. There's only one place to go from here, which is to the sage, James Stevenson, who will surely give us some news. Beg my pardon. Right. Erica Vickman has the most astonishing stage presence. She starts by wielding her mic stand almost like a sniper. She moves decisively, choosing exactly how she wants to treat the viewers through the cameras. These are excellent angles, tilting and twisting around Erica. The last minute is somehow even more authoritative. We have the same crowd cutaways. The crowd better be enthusiastic about this when they do that. As she gets into position, and then the camera shows her soaring meters above. There is no staging that makes more of a star out of its lead singer. It is a masterclass. Tampere 2026 is 100% happening. I'm convinced it's happening. It's Jova for everyone else.
I'm going to say this. I was talking to some people in the press center after the rehearsal, and we said to each other, split screen Sweden Finland could be happening.
Don't do this to me again, please. No.
Split screen Sweden Finland could be happening.
No. I can't do that again. I can't do a Sweden Finland split screen again.
To be honest, that is my prediction. My prediction is the Sweden.
I only just got over the last one.
That was 2 years ago.
I only just got over the last one.
You've upset him. I'm sorry.
I'm traumatized. Let's see what's happening in the odds. Now you made me think about 2023. Very little movement at the moment, actually. Bizarrely, the
Netherlands has been doing
even shorter. 9-1. Thanks, Epic Bet. I think this has to move now. Judging off of those reviews, if she stays that far out, I would be astonished. Like, it makes no sense.
But if we're being realistic here, okay, if she stays there on the betting odds, she's not winning, because nobody has won in the last 11 years outside of the top 5.
And this year could be different. No one thought Portugal would qualify.
Yeah, but that's different. Qualifying and winning is a different.
No, it's not. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, and Finland is winning the Eurovision Song Contest. They're also. I love
Okay,
how.
Gabe, what will you do if Finland wins the Eurovision Song Contest?
If Finland wins the Eurovision Song Contest,
What is going to happen? I want a list of 3 things Gabe, ESC Gabe, will do when Erika Wigman wins the Eurovision Song Contest 2025. What are you going to do?
there will be, if Erica wins, there will be, firstly, there'll be an impromptu stream immediately after the show finishes where I just yell at everyone.
Just yelling.
Yeah.
So yell.
Yes, I will yell. I'll probably cry a lot.
Cry, yell, crying, or
I think sort of both at the same time. You know that sort of hysterical thing that people do when they get.
Yeah.
And I will.
Can I get you to maybe have a tattoo with Ich komme? Chat.
No, I'm not getting a tattoo. I'm not getting a tattoo. Don't put this idea in their mind.
If you all donate £1, £1.
What to fund
€1
to fund a Erika
to
Wickman
fund
tattoo.
an Erika Wickman tattoo with Ich komme somewhere on your body.
No.
Chat.
No.
Don't leave me hanging here.
No, don't say pot. Now they're all saying poll.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Right.
Ich komme in black, in capitals,
I can't believe I'm even polling on this.
on a tattoo.
Should I get... Thanks, Gabe Horn, for donating €2. I just got wee blogsed. Oh dear. Should I get an Erika Wickman tattoo?
Ich komme tattoo. But you have to donate something.
I
He's not going
appreciate
to
your advocacy for my bank account. Although, to be fair, I mean, things are in a pretty bad state after how much I paid for all of this. But, you know, that's another thing. Tara started is, should I get an Erika Wickman tattoo?
If she wins.
And
I do
other
not
people are
believe in
saying-
forcing a tattoo for a silly bet. Well, you must be fun at parties.
Another person says that I should get a nipple piercing.
Nipple piercing?
I
Would you be
don't-
open for a nipple piercing?
No, I won't be doing that. But I think it's because Halfdan from Vibe said he was going to get a nipple piercing if they qualified. And then someone else, I think it was Jay earlier, was like, I'm going to get a nipple piercing now. We're waiting for more news from the show. Someone just donated something. Thank you, Faith Eurovision, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. People are saying I should get like a tramp stamp. Like
Tramp stamp for Ich komme?
Yes.
I think tramp stamp is a bit dirty, sure, but...
And maybe not. I don't know. So I could get it across my forehead. Thank you, Anne Mary, for the
Erika Wickman tattoo fund. Yes. Thank you, chat. We need, I think, in London, the finest tattoo shops in London are, I think, for €300.
No, I'm not getting a tattoo. Stop encouraging this.
He is getting a tattoo, but you have to donate.
Thank you to the person who donated for me not having to do it. There are people on my side. Thank you, and also thank you, Dark Witch, for the membership.
This is
Someone
for
says,
him not having to do it.
and they're all shouting at me. Oh no. No, I will not be getting 75% say yes. This is the thing. Whenever you put a bad idea in chat's mind, and thank you for the bits again, Faith Eurovision. Whenever you put an idea in this chat's mind, all of a sudden they latch on.
Yeah.
They love it. Thank you for the subscription, Hannah Huffle. See, now they're all like, do it.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly check something up. This is unrelated, but I just need to check something over there. Let's see what the overall picture of the results is. The show is. What are people saying? We have interval acts still to come. We have fake results still to
and to
come.
be fair, I haven't seen the interval acts.
I have no idea what the interval acts even are, other than that
Because
there's
we couldn't see them. Yeah.
more Erika Wickman news, please. Somebody, please tell me more. Let's see if Dan has said something. Thank you to whoever just set off Loco Boombox in my ear. For help with the fundraiser, Eden, $5. Thank you much. Trousers Down, $5. Thank you, Helia, €2 as well. I really appreciate all of your support. She came, she saw, she conquered. Erica's climax brings the house down.
Yeah, this moment when she lifts on the golden microphone, that is a moment.
Majestic.
I
Thank you, Oscar, for
that
the 20.
but that
by
is
the way.
Eurovision history right there.
I think it's one of the. Oh, I hear there's some news from the odds. Someone just said something that there's been some movement. I'm going to go and check. I don't
in the
think.
semifinals or
No, someone said there was movement, but then I went there. I think I got one guide because there's nothing's moved. Let's see if we've got any more. Wait, you know what? I hadn't checked yet.
there we go.
I think we got to have the very climax when she's up in the air with the thing lit up, don't we, for this?
Yeah, with the fireworks.
All right. Everyone, brace yourself. Ish, comma, clip, inbound. What a shot. What a shot that is. It's like a Bond movie. It literally
It
looks-
literally a Bond movie. Yeah. It literally
Oh
is.
my god.
Look at her.
People claim she is sixth in the odds. Sixth in the odds. 22-1 you can get on. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
She in any other year, she would be the one to beat. Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it is that the narrative has moved away from her?
Well, it doesn't help that people from her country
Oh, representing
another country with a funny song.
It's
That
true.
is difficult to yeah.
Ceci posts a good point. This is actually a good point of why the narrative has moved away in Finland. Misogyny,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I think that is true to some extent. Yeah.
She's had a lot of messages. It's actually something because she's been really open talking about it. And one of the things I wanted to talk about, if we were able to sit down this week, is that she's had her whole career of, you know, the sort of abuse and stuff she gets from people. And it's bizarre.
She's provocative and just let's face it, white male cisgenders don't like provocative women.
Indeed, and actually this is a good segue because I actually saw a video, it popped up on my recommended last night, and it was a Christian perspective on why I no longer watch the Eurovision Song Contest. This guy,
really?
10 minutes long, basically saying the gays have taken over, it's full of half-naked women, it's full of Satan, like all of this stuff. And then my favourite argument was when they showed Lord of the Lost, and they were like, this is a gay drag act. That was on screen,
it's not. Well, okay.
And it's like, no, it's not. It's and it was just the most obscene thing. But this is the quality of like intellectual rigor that we are dealing with here, right? That people who just have this really base kind of opposition to this kind of stuff, essentially on the fact that they personally, and it's hilarious because it's the same people who then go on about how, oh, you're suppressing my views. They will do anything they can to prevent other people from expressing themselves.
There was also a really interesting piece that I don't know which newspaper this was, but a newspaper polled in Finland, are you behind Kai or are you behind Erika? And almost 76% was behind Kai. Mm-hmm. And that's saying something.
Yeah.
In your own country,
Yeah, and especially, and you know, this is in a country that I think is generally considered to be quite liberal, relatively speaking, as well.
Yeah.
You know, the sort of the Nordic countries. Deary says women who have internalized misogyny are very mean to her too. I remember seeing a piece on that as well.
Oh, really?
Again, like
Yeah.
there's been tons of discourse on this, not just now, but for a few years in Finnish media. This is, you know, Erika Wickman's occupation of this position as the kind of scary woman of Finnish pop. Is well, this is the thing, is that's why she's in that position, is because there are so many people who find this concept of an artist to be, you know, threatening in some way. And I think it's a shame. It's kind of symbolic, kind of proves a point that she's had to cover up her ass, for example. Like they've had to change her outfit outfit to show less bum. When we all saw the original outfit, it was fine. Like, and we saw the performance at UMK, and it was like, she's a rock star. It's not about, you know, ugh, I'm still pissed at this. Anyway, other people are like, yes, gays in my Eurovision. Yes, I mean, you'd be surprised that there is such a thing. You know, there is such a phenomenon. So we keep moving on. I'm looking for a few more pieces, and now we have the first interval act. So this is really descriptive. So we're going to go through this.
Oh.
So we couldn't have a Eurovision in 2020. The invited artists explain how they felt after the cancellation and the joy of being invited for this. We start with Répondez-moi from John's Tears. We have On Fire by The Roop. Effendi with Cleopatra. Let's not forget she stole that song from Senate. San Marino had to change their plans at the last minute. Finally, Destiny with All of My Love.
Yeah, and Dan has a really good point here. Mm-hmm. It's a good interval, but why they only picked artists that actually got to perform in 2021 is beyond me.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree.
Yeah.
And what I thought would be a nice thing, because I had clocked this in advance, I'm going to get that list of 2020 songs up, and some of those artists that we then didn't see, and some of those songs that...
Ben and Chan, the Mamas...
And I think I want to highlight some of those 2020 songs that I would have loved to see live on stage at this interval. No disrespect for any of these. I love all of these songs. I'm so excited, especially to see...
No offense to The Roop, to John's Tears, but they were at Eurovision 2021 in Rotterdam. So, yeah.
So, one that someone just said in chat, which is a big one for me.
Ben and Chan was a big one for me.
So, Ben and Tan, Ulrika from Norway.
Yeah.
Would have been lovely to see Ulrika.
Little Big.
I mean, the thing is, though, I think by this time, I think it probably wouldn't have been a... Even though I know Little Big, I think they fled... I'm not too familiar with them because I haven't been following them for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I know they didn't stay in Russia, but I think it would have perhaps been a bad idea to invite an act that was representing Russia. It would have been a bit inflammatory. But at the same time, obviously, I did really enjoy the song back then. It would have been nice to have the Mamas, because they never got to have their moment at Eurovision. Obviously, they went back
and also
to...
inclusivity for the contest, because there's only one black singer on stage this year. In
fact, there's a general... I mean, it's not a topic for today, but actually, in general, there is a bit of a pattern with black singers in Eurovision. And actually, if you want someone who's done really good stuff, not just about the performers, but about the press centre and the lack of diversity in the press centre, Alicia Michelle is like the go-to person on this, so 100% recommend.
Yeah, and of course, Diodato. Diodato was in the 2021... in the 2020 Eurovision... bootleg Eurovision thing.
Oh yeah, and then
it was in the arena.
Oh, in the Colosseum.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he had the Colosseum,
that?
and then he had the interval act of 2022. The interval act of 2022 was emotional.
So yeah, you have some people here who never had the chance to be at Eurovision.
Ben Dolich.
That
song was a banger. Germany was robbed. I actually bet on Germany in 2020. I thought it might win. That was maybe getting a little overexcited. Ben and Chan, of course. Didn't go. David Na by Val. It's a really sad story with Val as well, because after this, obviously, they've been really fiercely anti-government in Belarus, and there's been a lot of artists who have really struggled as a result. They're one of those. It was the same story for Naviban from 2017.
Yeah.
And the thing is we had this kind of phase where we were getting a lot of songs in Belarusian, and sort of steering clear of either translations to English or singing in Russian. And there was this kind of nice moment. I remember in 2017, I met a group of Belarusians at the contest in Kiev, with the sort of white, red, white flags and stuff. And, you know, they were really proud of Naviban, because Naviban were very proud of their Belarusian identity. Unfortunately, now the power creep of Russia is prevailing, and Val and David Na was the last time we saw a truly... You know, something that was truly of Belarusians rather than of the Belarus dictatorship.
They are not in Belarus anymore, I believe, but...
And especially considering they were dropped because of their anti-Lukashenko statements. So it would have been really nice to invite them back this Yeah.
Yeah, but to confirm, the interval act is just with the rope, John Steers,
Effendi and Destiny.
Effendi, yeah.
I think we will have another interval act subsequently after this, though, won't we? Let's have a quick look at the. Just a few more words on Finland. Sorry, I keep coming back to this. I keep seeing one. I'm like, well, this is interesting. It was much better at UMK until the end, and then the last 30 seconds keep it as a contender, and you can't forget it.
And the final shot.
Again, I just cannot stop looking at this photo, man. I mean,
yeah, but when Erika Vikman,
shot we had on
that is the last shot.
I'm gonna have a difficult week with this. If it does badly, I'm gonna be so devastated.
What's gonna happen with you if she becomes 7th, 8th?
I'd be disappointed, but that would be easier to deal with than 2nd.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually,
can you explain why?
If she comes 7th or 8th, we'll probably know very early on which way it's going.
That's true.
If she's in contention,
if she's on the split screen, you'll be
heartbroken,
in tears and
devastated.
haunted until the very last moment. Yeah.
So it's just gone 11 o'clock local time. That means we are about 90 minutes away from that all-important audience poll. We've seen the entire semi-final.
Yeah, let me
the
check
intervals are going on now. I'm going to go in a second to a quick 2-minute break so we can pee.
Yeah, I have to pee.
Yeah, I have been desperate for the toilet for about an hour. So we are going to do a quick piss goodbye in a second. Very quickly, just make sure you do not go anywhere. We have the audience poll coming. We're going to hear from Jay as well. He's going to come and join us. I imagine he will be leaving the arena before too long. So we might see him in maybe 20 minutes to half an hour.
I think it's almost done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so there's plenty more still to come. We are going to reveal exclusively alongside a number of other fan outlets, the first results of that audience poll. That will hopefully be at midnight. For now, don't go anywhere, and we will be back in 2 minutes' time. Where is the button? There it is. See you shortly. Okay, we are back. Sam will be back with us in a second. He is just finishing up. For those, just to clarify, we did indeed wash our hands. I know you have many conspiracies about that, and quite frankly, I'm not going to stand for it anymore. We are now, the time is 11:07 here in Basel. And we will have more information soon. So we are waiting for news. We are waiting for more information, which will surely be with us shortly. In the meantime, are you just getting me some? Can you get me some more? Actually, I still have some. It's fine. Sam is just on his way back. So we're in the section now where things are a little bit, we wait. Things build up. We wait to hear more about the interval acts. And we see what happens. So based on what you've seen today, based on what you've heard in this rehearsal, who do you think are the big winners? Who has done well?
Lithuania. Lithuania.
I somehow knew what was coming.
Lithuania have done very well. Upgraded their performance from Eurovision. I think Finland has done well. I think Malta has done well. And I think the most surprising for me has been Latvia.
Latvia.
Yeah. But Latvia is so much better than in Supernova. It's mesmerizing. It's almost hypnotizing. It's such a good performance. Yeah, and I really, really hope they qualify because they deserve that. They really deserve that.
I think there's a few that I was really happy with and a few I'm sort of rooting for on some level. Obviously, Finland looked sensational tonight. And for me, that sounds like it's probably going to be my highlight. I'd be shocked if it isn't my favourite. Malta was as ridiculous as we hoped it would be. I agree with you about Lithuania. I think the use of the mountains in the stage and that 3D effect is really cool. Latvia as well, like you said. Yeah. And now it's starting to creep into that top 10 in the bookies odds. That's really exciting. On the flip side, sounds like it wasn't a great night for Ireland, potentially. And of course, Georgia and Montenegro, I don't think we were expecting much. There's a couple who I'm kind of rooting for because it'd be nice to get a shock.
Because who do you think still have a shot in qualifying?
Everyone except for Georgia and Montenegro.
Okay.
I think anyone could do it. There's a few I'm rooting for in terms of to get through. I think I find myself rooting for Armenia, even though it took me a while to fall in love with it. I think as the memes increased, I found myself enjoying it more and more. I think I have to hope it goes through, right?
For the momentum of Garib.
Yeah, no, precisely. I think at that point, that is now part of it. Apparently, I should check the odds because they're changing every single one. I'm looking at them right now. They're literally in front of me, so I can see. I'll tell you if they change. They haven't changed at all in the last 10 minutes because they update every 10 minutes on the number 8 for me.
But who do you think has the least amount of chance of qualifying from Denmark, Armenia, Ireland, and Serbia?
It's a toss-up between Serbia and Ireland, but I think I'm going to say Ireland just because it sounded like it wasn't really coming together tonight. I will say I really want to hold out hope for Denmark because it's been really high on my Spotify on repeat the entire season.
Her vocals are great.
Now that she feels better, it's clear that there's an improvement.
Yeah.
And I think as well, and I do want, because it has been on my mind since we talked about it. I do just want to, I do just want to be like super clear. Never our intention to denigrate her or outfit choice on the basis of her body shape or anything else. And that certainly wasn't the intention. So if anyone, if that was, if that upset anyone, obviously totally apologise, and that wasn't the intention at all.
English isn't my first language, so couldn't come up with the words.
Yes,
Yeah.
but like I think the thing is, it's like I say, it's streamable. And if we talk about that conversation we had last night about it's the song, stupid, you know, where people just liked, you know, where there was these sort of overblown stagings that got through. I mean, we talk about Armenia's staging being amazing, for example.
Yeah.
But if it's not up to scratch as a song, people might just let it go. You know, it's the same with some of the higher ones. I think this is the difficulty in terms of song quality. I don't know whether this is controversial. For my personal taste, I think the song quality of this semi-final is higher overall. I think it has a bigger set of extremes because at the top you have my absolute favourites. On the bottom end,
I think I get that. Yeah.
And
but do you think Luxembourg and Greece are safe?
I wouldn't say safe. I'd say more confident. It seemed from tonight, based on those stage shows that we saw. I liked the outfit change with Greece.
Yeah.
I was glad to see some different bits. There's some others that I was other bits. Is it still static? Like you said, having seen it earlier, it was really still.
Yeah.
Well, see, Luxembourg. This is the thing. I mean, we had reports from Tom, for example, saying it could finish in the top 10. I think that would be an incredible result if that did come true.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about Greece being safe, just because the staging is a bit static. And for some reason, with Ireland, I think don't underestimate the younger voters.
It's fun.
Because it is a really catchy song.
And they delivered for Iceland last night. Those same voters, I think, were probably... I mean, it felt like, for me, that Iceland was very clearly geared towards them, the way they did the staging.
Yeah, the whole Minecraft thing.
They had an audience in mind, right? And I think, you know, we'll see whether... Because it does, you know, the silly, you know, the visuals with the dog and everything else sort of... beg my pardon, plays into that. I drank that Coke too quickly, and now I shouldn't be saying this on stream that I'm gassy. Now, what's interesting, the reason I put these odds on stream is that I want you guys to look at these qualification percentages, chances, according to what is inferred by the odds. You got Malta on 85 and Australia on 82 here. I just want to quickly go back to semi-1 and look at Belgium, 88%.
Yeah, and it was at the last moment before the voting closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So... we've had misses big enough this week that in theory would put everyone at risk from 4th downwards. Now,
we're completely sure Austria and Finland are qualifying. That's not a question.
Yeah. I think those top 3 are far. Everyone knows. Those are the 3 that's really obvious. Yeah. I'm tempted to do a poll because everyone's calling for a poll. I think... if we included Greece in it, I think it would be really slanted because also I've spent weeks talking about what if Greece it was a shock non-qualifier. That would be leaning on the scales. I think it would be better to do Malta through to Czechia and say which of these 4, if you had to pick one, was going to drop out.
Malta, Australia,
So I'm going to get that now. Someone just asked, will we get the audience poll tonight? Yes, we will.
Think
Malta, Australia, Lithuania, Czechia. Yeah. Right, I'm just checking it. Right. Most likely shock and Q. So Malta and Australia. And then we had Lithuania.
Lithuania. If that happens, you can see me crying in a press center.
I will be on the news if that happens. And Czechia. While that poll goes out, I'm going to answer a couple of questions from chat.
Okay, I'm really curious what you guys think.
So, did Sweden give you winner vibes yesterday? It didn't for me. I don't know. I think we're all overestimating it. I think Erica has as big a chance to win the telly. I'd love that, but I disagree. I think it did give me winner vibes, and I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was funny. It was really enjoyable, and obviously I've seen that performance 20 times.
You're just putting it away from in your feelings.
For the first time, if you see that, it's obviously going to be massively impactful. What did you think about Sweden last night?
Sweden is massively impactful because they are masters of comedy. Mm-hmm. They are masters of comedy. So yeah, I really think they have a chance of coming first in the televote. I'm still not so sure on the juries. That's where I think it's going to be the problem for them. But staging wise and vocal wise and just the whole song is a banger.
Yeah.
You can't deny the song is a banger.
I will say, by the way, and everyone keep putting your votes in because there's still plenty of time to vote. At the moment, it's developing into a very interesting result and not the one I expected on the most likely shock non-qualification. So I will probably ask you guys in a minute why it is that you feel the way you do on this front. In the meantime, we are going to try and get our headphones working again because you may recall that they mysteriously broke before. So I'm going to press some buttons and I'm going to put this headphone in and see if this is working. It'd be very helpful. I won't hear Ben later. Still nothing. What a mystery. I am just going to restart this entire laptop. We can do without it for a minute. Do not update and shut down. Just shut down. This is the thing with this setup, and I've been having this all week. There was a stream that was delayed because everything broke. And the thing is, when we sort of bring everything out like this, and you have to build it up from scratch, something that you spend months at home tweaking, perfecting. You've got all the time in the world. There's not really any time pressure because you can just sit down for a few hours and sort it out. Here, I don't have that luxury. So often, it's quickly rushing to fix problems as they come up, and things are operating in unexpected ways because it's not the same as at home. At the same time, I find it quite exciting in some ways, even though it's stressful because it kind of gets me amped up a bit.
Of course, yeah.
It makes you feel, because the whole week is seat of your pants. And
Yeah.
the thing I want to get across to people who are watching this, from back home, is that it's as hectic and as breathless in real life as you would expect it to be. And I think that's such a vital part of the experience that I want to convey it.
Yeah.
Now, that poll result is through, and incredibly, on Twitch, 47% of you say that it's Malta. And the other three options, you've got Austria and Czechia tied, Lithuania last with 20, 20, and 13% each.
Malta.
Same on YouTube side, 34% Malta, 32 Czechia, 18 Lithuania, 15 Australia.
I'm really curious why you think that.
I have to say, in 95% of occasions, when I put a poll out to the fans, I know what you're going to say. Like, I know how the poll is going to go. That is absolutely not what I expected from that. I thought Lithuania would be the choice because I know a lot of people have problems with that song. Build says, less diaspora, less shock value. I think people will find it a little too generic. Poppy, what do you feel about that take? People saying it's overdone, they don't have many friends, too old, trying to ride off a rabbit hole. The medicine ball thing got super big from rabbit hole too. Go ahead. What are your thoughts? Because I have many.
This is a song that belongs in Eurovision. Mm-hmm. It is a Eurovision song, and I think that speaks for it itself or something. You know what I mean? It's such an Eurovision song. It's such a banger. It's such a maybe I agree with people that it's a bit overdone, but it still is funny, and it still is lovely to watch. So I'm really curious what you think about this, because
I can't see it not qualifying at all. I'm actually, it's a bit of a mystery to me as to why people feel this way. At the same time, I said the same thing about Belgium 24 hours ago. So I just...
Yeah, but that would be Belgium was a bigger shock than it would be a shock if Malta doesn't qualify. Because if Malta doesn't qualify, we'll be, oh, okay, it was too overdone for most people. And with Belgium, I'm to this hour, to this million, I'm still don't understand why people didn't like Belgium.
Yeah, I think this is more accessible than Belgium, actually. So for me, I would actually say this has more of a chance of qualifying than Belgium does.
Yeah.
Because it is just so, And she plays a character on stage really well as well. They set out from the start to build this kind of... Because if you look at her at the national final, she gives quite a different energy. She has the confidence and stuff then, but over the last couple of months, they've run this brilliant social...
It's immense.
Yeah. Sort of take her from, a really great singer with a really good personality, but they're still developing, how to show it, to, this whole, the whole diva down thing
Yeah,
after the
because
car crash.
she
It's
started
just
a bit as
sailed away.
as a joke. It started a bit as a joke. People were like, oh, this is it's funny. It's a bit of a joke. She's doing this to make fun of Eurovision or something. But in the past months, we've seen how good she can sing, how good she can perform, what a diva it is, and what a pop star mentality she has.
You know, she's been.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she's been signed by a major label off the back of this.
Yeah, like a month ago. So yeah.
I am just trying to. By the way, this our headphones here are still broken. We can still do our conversation with Ben later. I'll have to be constantly muting and unmuting so you guys don't get feedback. So I have backup plans. It's just at the moment because plan A isn't working. These headphones, I'll tell you what, I bought these. These are like dodgy knockoff AirPods that I bought for 15 quid on Amazon. That's probably why we're having this problem.
I think
for now,
that's why.
I don't suppose you have any wired headphones with you.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, get those, we'll try those. This is the thing, on this channel, we're full of backup plans. I had backup plans on basically every single thing, and I am using several of the backups here in terms of the way the setup is done. Too big to not NQ at this point. That's an interesting way of looking at it, but I'm not sure I can see it. Unpopular opinion. Malta does what Finland does, but catchier. Might win more over casuals than Finland. I think they have kind of analogous messages in some ways, but I disagree that they're doing the same thing. I think Erica's song and Erica's whole, USP is a lot more originally Serving was kind of did have the deliberately provocative angle to it. I don't think that's the case now since they've softened it. It's now just more, it's more a bit cheeky. It was sort of forcefully, they've had to go into this kind of, sort of nudge, nudge, wink, wink kind of thing. Whereas Erica is very much still, it deliberately slaps you in the face. I mean, that's what I love about it, that it's so, straightforward about what it is. That's Erica Vickman's whole identity as a performer.
Yeah, it doesn't have
that one there, by the
doesn't
way.
pretend it's better than anything. Yeah.
I think I think they're an overlapping Venn diagram, but they are not, but no more than that. By the way, I just want to say it's absolutely extraordinary that in the 3 hours since my video earlier went up about everything we learned from the first semi-final, that was on last night, has received 33,000 views in that time. So thank you all very, very much. There'll be another one tomorrow. So make sure, not tomorrow, Friday. God, not tomorrow.
Almost tomorrow. In a half hour.
In a half hour. And that, of course, means we are 1 hour away from the all-important press poll. I need to take this one, you need to take that one. No. We have another slight logistical issue here, which is that, so Sam is entirely deaf in this ear, which means he can't put this headphone in. It would be entirely useless. It reminds me of one specific memory I have, which is where there was 2 of you together for Eurovoix at Eurovision in concert. James was doing the interviews, and that meant that you, rather ironically, were the sound guy. Which seems like a bit of an oversight.
I have headphones on, and people ask, "Is the gain all right?"
And you're like, "I don't know."
I don't know. Yeah.
In any case, so we're gonna have to snuggle together. If I put this in here and you put that one in the other one, we're gonna sort of.
Oh, this is romantic.
Yes, isn't it? Well, we are having a long romantic evening. It's been okay, and then I'm gonna try this again.
Here. I love that joke. I love that joke.
Here. Okay, we're going to try this again. I'm going to select...
Why not just switch spots?
The headphone.
Yeah.
And now... Can't play this right now. Okay, now we're really in the shit. I see. See, this is the problem. You get all kinds of mess. If I select that...
if you do streaming.
Right, okay, guys, keep all your fingers crossed. If I've correctly fixed this, then I'm going to press this button now. I can't believe I accidentally said email instead of evening. Well, that's quite something, isn't it? No, it's definitely in the hole. We'll come back to this. We may have to go to the plan B I was stating. Yeah. Okay, so that's not fixed. I promise you it won't change any of your... It'll just make it more difficult for us. You'll see us faffing a lot, which will be fun. So, We are 1 hour away, which means there's plenty of time to answer your questions about this semi-final, about the semi-final before. We're going to try and find some more info about what happened subsequently in the show, because of course there may have been another interval act. There was more than one on.
Yeah, because I haven't seen any interval acts because there wasn't allowed. Yeah.
We do have, by the way, I'm going to quickly focus on this tweet from semi-final 1 because we talked about it before. As you can see, Kai are climbing up this league table now of views since the semi-final 1. Okay. Obviously, the Poland effect at the top, Justina, massive star. Tommy Cash again. And then Sweden, Ukraine, Spain, Albania doing very nicely indeed.
And Belgium.
Oh, R.I.P. Poor Red Sebastian. Vamos Iceland, indeed. I agree with the person who said that. They are the 11th most viewed at the moment. Right, let's find out more about these interval acts. Let's go back onto the blog maintained by the inimitable James Stevenson. Here we are, live from Basel, semi-final just rehearsal 2. Let's see what we got. Interval acts.
I'm going to do these live blogs on Friday.
And I'll be here. So he will be the man serving us with information. Obviously, we have the interval acts.
Yeah.
Montage. Eurofans from around the world, including Malta, Turkey, and Australia. And the Eurofans in the montage are actually in Basel tonight.
Turkey. Yeah, okay.
It's nice. I would like to see Turkey come back to the contest. Maybe
I would love that.
There's an election coming up in Turkey. This is actually a similar thing with Turkey and Hungary, is depending on how the next election goes, they may end up rejoining.
Yeah. Hungary's the same thing. Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing when people say, oh, keep politics and Eurovision apart. Unfortunately, most countries are very much smushing them together. So it's
I also bring some fondue and bread for the Finnish delegation. This is a fever dream.
You know, Eurovision did say before, the official account did come in before and say we're all eating fondue. They'd given us a teaser without us even realising it. The interval act is a presentation of Switzerland and its people explaining why the Swiss are the way they are. Sounds nice, but there's no additional details. So
lots of bankers. Yeah.
Couple more. Oh, and we do have the fake qualifiers. Australia, Ireland, Israel, Finland, Montenegro, Czechia, Latvia, Armenia, Malta, and Serbia. Can you imagine the meltdown if those were the qualifiers? Who would that leave out? I'm going to keep those fake qualifiers in my mind.
I'm quick thinking. That leaves out... Australia is in, right? Yeah.
This leaves out Greece, Luxembourg, Lithuania. Oh, I don't like that. Georgia, obviously.
You can't do that. That's the fake qualifiers. It's fake, but
still, it's violence.
It still hurts a little.
It is
Lithuania
violence.
isn't in there.
Look, so also Denmark was the one left out. Look, at least I made it to the final. I'm in there. See, I stayed alive.
Romania, you're staying alive. Yeah, you are.
Unlike Leica.
But
who
so Finland
was also
is there. So Finland, the Ishkombe tattoo is still coming. Then
Austria is out.
Yeah. That's not going to happen, guys.
Can you imagine?
No.
To be clear, there are some bookies not even offering odds on qualifying for Austria because they're so certain. The fake Q qualifiers for semi-1, I can't remember, but they were totally inaccurate. There was like 4 of them were wrong.
Yeah, fake qualifiers is all random.
People have latched onto that like comment. If Catharsis does badly in the final, or NQs entirely, will the circus music just become the background track to your life? This was, my video earlier where I put the circus video.
Yeah.
I am going to say, a part of me is tempted to do the same thing I did yesterday and rewrite some sections ahead of time tomorrow for the things I'm certain about based on what I've already seen. The question then is, would it be a curse again? I can't make the same joke again.
If Lithuania doesn't go to the final,
and I've written a section in advance, what would you do?
Fly to Lithuania this year and sing Tavo Akis on their national square.
And people, well, you got to remember. So Lithuanians, they're quite. Now I haven't been to Lithuania, but I get the impression that in general the Baltic spirit is quite stoic. People will probably just ignore you because they will be very embarrassed on your behalf. There'll be a lot of secondhand embarrassment there. So
I can sing pretty well.
Can you?
Yeah.
Don't do it now. You'll blow up the camera. Not the camera, the microphone. You know what I mean. Camera, microphone, whatever. Oh God, I accidentally just went on YouTube and there we are. Oh God, awful. Bit of a jump scare. And yet somehow 1,500 of you are still watching along. Thank you so much. As a quick reminder, we're within 1 hour of that audience poll and within 1 hour of the inimitable Ben Robertson joining us on stream. I'm so excited to see where things are going to go. I really, really think that it's going to be a big result for Finland. I am so certain that this is Finland's to lose. Like, just that big moment at the end so clearly blew everyone away. All of the reviews, even people who were not sure about the song at large, were still saying that last 30 seconds was amazing. And that's going to be people's final impression of the show. It's going to be imprinted on their brains. What do you think?
Okay, I think there are 3 possibilities here.
You're saying this really nicely. You're letting me down really gently for whatever is about to come. But please go ahead.
Finland is coming first.
Great, that's my favourite one.
In a landslide.
Excellent.
Finland is coming 3rd or 4th, and it will become a bit of a less momentum for the grand final.
I don't like that.
Or the 3rd. It's 10th or 11th.
You're lucky you're blocking the way off the stream so I can't storm off right now. I invite you into my house. We invite you into
your
our house.
Your house?
Yes.
You're renting this.
Yes, it's my house. We invite you into our house. This is me and chat together now. Everyone, I want tomato emojis in chat right now.
In the middle of the street.
And you come in and you disrespect.
No. I say there are 3 possibilities.
Disrespect us.
Yeah, but Finland coming 4th or 5th is a possibility.
I don't like that possibility.
Yeah, but it's...
Make it go away.
It is a possibility.
I don't like it. Make it go away. You can do that, right?
It's gone. You
see, there we go. Finland's winning. And look, everyone agrees with me.
Oh, tomatoes.
Jay says we are doing the show run and in brackets booking an Uber. Okay, so Jay will be along in about
Sam
20
is the executive
minutes. To be fair, Sam, I think it would be really fun.
I think I would... I kind of would rock that.
The thing is, I would love, because when you do your piece to camera, for those of you who don't know, Sam kind of has a trademark scowl, which is whenever a camera is trained on him involuntarily, he sort of gives you this kind of...
Yeah, I don't
it's a really excellent... He's got a really
It's really
expressive...
funny I'm on stream because I really don't like being on camera.
Well, you've done, what, 3 hours now?
Yeah.
And I would say we've been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah,
I hope
yeah,
so.
yeah.
You people seem to either be entertained, either that, or it's like, you know how people sort of seek out videos of car crashes and stuff? It could be like that. And we're just so fascinating in our awfulness that everyone is watching.
Yeah.
I don't know. That said...
But can you explain to me, because I'm older, why are the tomatoes in
They're throwing them at you.
At me?
Yes.
Oh.
For doubting Erica Vickman.
Oh, for Erica... Not
Yes.
because of
Remember,
me...
they're a minute or 2 behind.
Not because of my personality, or...
No, just because you doubted Erica Vickman.
Okay, how can I get that away? I don't like the sound
Okay,
of
everyone stop saying... Okay, everyone stop throwing tomatoes at Sam. Instead, just tell Sam how much you love him. Tau tomatoes, says someone.
I kind of like that joke.
I think it's a really good pun. That's why I'm irritated. Sorry, we're sort of...
Hey! Finland will get 0 points, and I will cheer.
Banned forever. Banned forever. How
I
dare
love you, Sam. Thank you so much.
Don't actually ban that person, mods. Just to be clear, they're allowed their opinion. Yeah, W Sam. Although someone said, a bunch of people are saying we love you, Sam. It's Sam, not Sam. Sam.
Yeah, Sam.
There we go. Sam, as in. I'm not going to say. I was about to say Sem as in semi, but then I was like, maybe that isn't the best. Sem as in semolina, semaphore.
I'm the 3rd son of Noah in the Bible.
I don't know. I think God may have long forsaken this place, unfortunately. So I'm not sure how much that will get across. Now, someone asked when Vibe are coming on the live stream tomorrow. It's going to be 1 p.m. They're going to be here. If everything works out tomorrow, there will be a really cool pre-recorded interview to show you guys on stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
But again, as always, I don't tell you guys who I'm interviewing until it's actually done, because these things, plans change, plans are fluid, but it's going to be a really exciting one, and one that I think no one else will have this week.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so it'll be really fun. William Niven says Gabe has lost it tonight. I lost it long ago. I'm going to quickly refresh and see if the odds have changed. I'm not seeing much movement, to be honest. It was more dramatic last night. And no, to be clear, the interview is not Parg. Parg will be at the arena tomorrow rehearsing because he has a show. So it's not Parg or Garg. Well, I'm Garg, so I'm already here. Right, so I am going to quickly create... I'm going to start setting things up so that when Ben is ready to join us, he can. It's going to be really exciting because obviously that press poll last night, I was absolutely loving when that hit the way all of you in chat went absolutely mad. We're going to have Jay and Adam joining us in 5 minutes. So if it's all right, Sam, when they arrive, I'm going to quickly swap Jay in for you, but he wants to go to Euro Club. So you'll just have a 10-minute break to sit, and there's some chocolate in the fridge if you like. But just be careful of the confetti. It's everywhere. Right, I'm...
So he goes to Euro Club?
Jay, but first he's going to speak to us.
And then goes to Euro Club immediately after?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Because he's staying... So Jay is staying in France, literally.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a bit ironic. I went all the way because I watched the semi-final yesterday. Because to be honest, I've kind of reached the point, there's so much going on in the host city. It's so intense. When the show actually comes around, I actually find it really nice to sort of sit quietly with a few friends and watch it and just appreciate it. Because you spend so much time absorbing every element and being so, as sort of amped up as I am on all of these streams. It's my only chance to relax is when the show is actually on. So I sit, I make some notes for the video, I have a beer and just sit with my friends and just enjoy myself.
Yeah, my relaxing moment is I'm almost embarrassed to say, but I'm staying in a camper van with my dad, and it's been an amazing experience. So thank you, Dad. I love you.
Aw, I've met Sam's dad. He's really lovely.
Yeah.
He's very nice. We talked about football, among other things. Although, unfortunately, Ajax lost the league this evening. I'm very sorry, Sam.
Yeah, my Ajax, Rode Zone.
Is so it's a Dutch L, but the only one they've taken this week since Claude did so. Well, that rhymed. Now, while we're waiting for Jay, I will continue to... By the way, everyone's saying that the interview tomorrow is going to be with Lumo. Lumo will not be entering for our own safety. Lumo will not be entering this apartment. There is a great danger that I will be consumed and become... It's like, those things where like people get absorbed into, like in those horror movies, and the thing gets bigger and becomes this giant hive mind, or the flood in Halo or something. My theory is that is how Lumo works. Artuska says, am I crazy for thinking carrier or baby lasagna? We had the same idea. I did try, but again, people are super, super busy this week. And it was the same case for those guys too. They're performing at Eurovillage. They're on the stage from Friday. So, loads of stuff going on. And that's the thing. If you guys could see, like, sort of how... You see, like, in the press centre, you see artists coming through. They're almost always in a rush somewhere. Mm-hmm. They're rushed to one place and then they're rushed somewhere else and then they're rushed to an interview, and then as soon as the interview finishes, we've got to get in a car and we've got to go perform. For example, all the artists have been going to the Wee Wee Blogs Helvetia Lounge.
Helvetia, yeah.
And so going that, and it's so tight. What was really funny is when Adonis arrived, he'd been at Helvetia just before he came to do the interview here. Mm-hmm. He arrived in a Helvetia branded van.
Yeah, you mentioned this.
So I think what had happened is he'd been behind schedule. They'd said to the guys at Helvetia, we're a bit behind schedule. Is there any chance someone can give us a lift? And then the organisers, the building they were in, Helvetia, have gone, we have a van. And so, like, the Czechs showed up with a van. And it's really sweet to get a snapshot, because while he was on here doing the interviews, just so you know how hard everyone is working, they had a videographer taking some footage. In the meantime, you had the social media guy from the delegation doing those, those voting graphics that each country does. They were preparing, like, sat on the kitchen floor, preparing those. and they were all sort of taking them, because that was a moment for them to just relax for a minute as well. So they were having a coffee, you know, stuff like that. There is, you know, so there's all of these things going on. It's this really sort of intense and frenetic, but very human experience. And I hope what we're getting across both on these streams, in the interviews we're doing, in the reporting you're seeing, is, you know, that kind of very personal level. Everyone's in this very, very intensely. I'm just sending that message through to Ben now. There we go. So Ben will be here in approximately 40 to 45 minutes, and Jay will be here any moment. I'm waiting for some kind of indication, but he's not given me any. Obviously, Jay has been in the room tonight. For those of you who are familiar with the ESC United streams that I was part of in past years, I used to run from the arena after each show back to where the live stream was taking place so I could tell everyone what was going on. And hopefully Jay will give us some insight. It might be a bit of an early look into how things are going to happen in the press poll. Not the press poll, the audience poll, because, okay, they are outside. Sam, would you kindly go and grant access to Jay and Adam, because they can't get in without our help. Leave it, it's fine, just go, it's all good. Luckily, the wine glasses are very resilient, because Sam just knocked one on his way out. Okay, so Jay will be with us shortly. We are going to get our first impression of what it was like in that room while it's fresh in the memory. Jay walked out of that room about 15 minutes ago. Maybe it'll give us an indication of where things are going in the audience poll, and I'm sure he will tell us how he voted. I can hear voices, so I know that they are on the way. Quickly, while we're waiting for them to come in, once again, I will say hello. They're just coming into the room. I'll tell you when to come on, Jay. Just get ready, but let your stuff down, all the rest. And by the way, just while I remember, because he's going to be at Euro Club, so I need to tell him when he needs to be here for the interview tomorrow morning. Yes. 10:30, be here. Don't forget the radio mics. 10:30? Yeah, 10:30. Okay. See, he loved that. Right, so now Sam is going to take a quick break while we're waiting for Jay to get some water, because he has just been flying through to get everything sorted in time. We will quickly say, make sure, if you haven't already, make sure you are following on social media. Make sure you have subscribed to the channel. It is obviously such a pleasure to do all of these streams with you guys, to make these videos, but it is hard work too, and we'd really love it if you joined us for the ride going forward as well. You know, this year has been, I feel like, such a step forward for the channel in terms of the coverage we have been able to, you know, do this Eurovision week with you all, and I would love for that to develop again in 12 months' time. That is only possible with your support. And ultimately, the key thing is, right, you know, we want to see more artists, more collabs, more, you know, engagement, right, to give you guys that kind of proper image of the contest. The bigger the channel grows, the more those things become possible. Jay, you're ridiculous. Get over here. Come on. Everyone, welcome back. The man from earlier, straight out of the arena, it's Jern. Your hands are very sweaty.
No, it's water.
Oh, okay, good. Right.
Hello.
How was that?
It was great.
You enjoyed yourself?
Yeah.
How did it go? Tell us about the show. Tell us about some highlights for you.
Oh, okay. Well, I got the greatest videos of all time from Australia and Armenia. Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
You're sweaty? You've literally run straight here.
Yeah.
Just try and focus on, get yourself back into show mode. What did you see? What did you do?
So we got Barricade.
I saw. Exciting.
That was crazy. Mm-hmm. We were losing hope for that because the guy that was letting us through the airport security,
the venue staff, yeah.
We got stuck behind someone that was being very slow. But anyways,
it happens.
Yeah, but so we got Barricade. We were next to Cal, our friend.
Oh, Cal, I love Cal. That's Cal with a K. Some of you might have seen him on Twitter. Really lovely guy.
We didn't notice him
until you actually stood there.
And no, until I was like, wait, Cal should be here somewhere, and then he was like right next to us.
As if by magic he appeared.
Yeah.
I'm going to quickly show everyone what your... that's from the other night. I'm going to quickly show everyone what your view was like.
Yeah.
Because this was really incredible. So there we go. I mean, look, it doesn't get any better than that, does it?
Literally the middle of the barricade.
It was perfect.
It was perfect.
And it meant we got some really, really cool shots. We saw some really cool videos this evening.
Yep.
I do want to highlight one particular thing that was my favourite, and I'm going to ask you about this song first, and then we'll go through the rest of the show. This was something beyond special that I'm about to show you, and I can tell from your face right now that you agreed. We said this is like a Bond movie.
Yeah. Oh my God, being there is a completely different, like...
You have experienced Erica Vickman.
Yes.
And how did you vote in the audience poll?
I voted Erica.
There we go. Right, that's at least one vote we have. One vote that we have. How do they get her on the mic? That's a great question, actually, because you see everything moving around.
Yes.
Is there any interesting technical details that you saw which we wouldn't have seen on the videos or anything else?
So I think it was when she was facing the mic, the big mic, and the camera was kind of in front of her. And then they wheel out the big mic from the side.
Oh, so they attach it. Yeah. Like, okay.
And then they
And she runs over and hops on.
Basically, yeah.
They cut to crowd shots like they did at UK.
Yeah.
How many crowd shots? Was it quicker than last time? Because one thing at UK was it took a little long and the crowd shots were a little dull.
3 or 4 seconds.
Okay, fine, that's good.
3 or 4 seconds of just crowd shots, and then she's like in the air already.
So we're going to go for a quick impression because I know you guys want to go to Euroclub before too long, so I don't want to keep you for more than like 15 minutes, really.
Okay.
So let's have a look at semi-final 2, and your impressions of each song. We'll start from the start with Australia. Milkshake Man. How was it? Great.
Wow. The big blender is a highlight. So they do quick changes in the big blender. They fill it up with some smoke. They do a quick change. Obviously, Gojo's one was when he took off it was like a blazer, wasn't it?
Yeah, he has a blazer first, and then it shakes off and he gets like the blue outfit, and then he uses his shirt later.
Yeah. So Adam, did he go back in the blender and then his shirt was off, or did they?
Who?
Yeah.
Gojo.
Yeah.
So he ran back in and it filled with smoke.
Yeah.
And he came out with no top on.
Okay. So the blender is used 3 times.
Yeah.
Right.
There's another quick change for another character.
Susan.
Susan, yeah, sure.
Yes. Her name is Susan, I heard. I can't remember whether I read that. That is correct, right, guys? Susan? Okay, we think it's Susan. That's a good name, like Susan or Doreen, Margaret.
Oh my God, you're reminding me of my care home.
Oh dear. Anyway, moving on. Montenegro, Dobrodošli by Nina Žižić. Didn't seem to make a massive impact. I'd like to hear what you think, though.
Her voice is lovely. The stage performance, it's good, but I'm not sure this is even close to qualifying, unfortunately. We did run into someone that came up to me being like, "Oh my God, I love Gabe's videos."
What, during Montenegro's song?
No, it was.
I was gonna say that was a total left turn. I was like, what?
It was after, but their favorite is Montenegro.
Okay,
So-
right now I see the link. For a second, I was like, right. Ireland after that, like a party, seemed like a bit of a mess according to people in the press centre. I'm going to read you back a quote that was provided to me to give you some concept of how strong the language was. Ireland falls hideously flat. There's no life to it at all, which is apt because that dog is fucking dead. Was it more fun in the arena? Because I feel like it would be quite enjoyable when you're actually in the room.
Well, Adam was enjoying himself.
Well, he's Irish, so he's going to be biased.
Yeah. It's a bit of fun, but could do without it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it is harsh. I think that is too harsh, and I quite enjoy it, and I've enjoyed it every time I've seen it. And I said that actually I think it makes sense that we isolate Emmy a little bit and have her on the prop because she doesn't really look as confident when she's moving around and stuff at the same time.
Yeah.
One thing I am very confident about is the next one, which was Latvia, and chat is really excited to hear about this. This has been. I heard that this afternoon there was an audible gasp at one point. Was there some wow moments in this for you watching it in the arena?
There wasn't a moment that like stood out per se. It was like, but it was very well done. It was like you were in like a different world.
Okay, that's good. It's interesting because the Eurovision live blog actually said that it was a bit like, you know, they were sort of building this environment, this atmosphere, and it was like, so that reflects. It's good that we're getting both of those things.
Yeah.
We're going to keep moving because lots of songs to get through. Like I said, I don't want to keep you for too long. Survivor, Armenia.
You did amazing. You did so good. You were running on that treadmill. You're getting your steps in. Cardio king.
I don't know what else I expected. Sam, stop dancing at me off camera.
No, but in all seriousness, this was really good. It was really, really good.
You know, you're not the first person to say that. Sam came in earlier and was like, I think this is qualifying.
Honestly, I think it could qualify after that.
Well, it would be fun for me. I would enjoy it because I'm looking forward to my Twitter mentions if this qualifies. I think they will absolutely explode.
If you qualify, can I be in the green room?
No.
Oh.
You know what? Sure. Just this once.
Yay!
Austria next, Wasted Love by JJ. Needs camera angles, I think, to be fully effective, but obviously still enjoyable in the room. What did you think?
His voice is incredible. I was blown away by his voice. Because we were standing like right next to one of the big cameras.
Right.
So we could see like the small screen, the viewfinder. So we got like some idea of like some of the camera angles, and they are great.
Okay, that's like, I guess you can see the screen. They're up on the sort of top thing.
Yeah.
Somebody said that the last bit was a bit Heroes-esque. Not Heroes-esque, Revolution-esque, because of the sort of tilting camera. But I did point out that it's like, well, nobody would have seen it. You know, no one voting in the show would have seen that.
I will say, I mean, I haven't seen the proper like camera angles for, you know, the techno bit at the end, but I was expecting maybe a little bit more.
Interestingly, again, you are not the first person to say that tonight. The UK.
Okay.
Give me some good news.
Okay,
please.
so for half of this performance, we couldn't see anything.
Because of the thing that was in the way, I saw
Yeah.
that. I'm going to put that up on screen again now so everyone can see it. Just to give you an idea, if you weren't with us earlier, what Jay and Adam had to deal with when this song came on. There's the photo. As you can see, it's just the wall. But did they sound great at least? And then what was the second half like once they had that sorted?
They did sound great, and the staging seems good.
You seem almost unsure of yourself. You're like, it's good?
It's good.
I think.
The thing is, after seeing everyone staging, it's not the biggest standout.
Okay.
So there's that.
I really hope that the juries pick up on this because their vocals are so good. And it'd be really nice if they got a good jury score, get them out the scoreboard a bit. We press on, Greece. Some worries about this in the last few weeks. Were those answered tonight?
She has a rock, and her vocals are good. That is all.
Very succinct. Is she qualifying? Yes, no, maybe.
Was she qualified? Oh,
Do you feel more confident or less confident than you did a day ago?
I am less confident because Armenia really stepped up, and another country that we're going to talk about later has stepped up.
Lithuania.
Oh, this was great. This was great.
We love the use of the mountains. It's sort of almost like a 3D effect.
Yes.
And the flashing on him when he gets to the tableau bit.
Yeah, the blue kind of cyan flashing on him. It looks really good in the arena, and I'd imagine on TV it will look even better.
For sure.
So,
positive news. I think this is the thing. I'm starting to feel, not that my shout is going to be vindicated, but at the very least that it's going to do a little better. Malta
was...
We couldn't, apparently on the feed, you couldn't hear people shouting.
That's crazy because everyone was shouting it.
Okay.
Serving Kant.
Oh yeah. They were turning down the audience mics.
Yeah.
Well, I think. Oh, you think they actively turned them down?
I think that because everyone said during a certain song you couldn't hear any of the audience, and it took away completely the live effect.
Okay.
So they were muting the audience mics all night.
Okay, maybe it might have been the yeah. Bear in mind that this is, I can see immediately where people are going in terms of this, but there's a, like I said, there's a plethora of different things, and also bear in mind that the mics have been quiet on everyone's performances this year, and we've been not hearing much of the audience in any case. Try and make sense of Georgia for us, if you will. Any thoughts?
So it starts off with like these 4 kind of samurai looking people dancing in the front, like the front strip.
We should say that is like Georgian traditional dress, just to be clear.
Oh,
Like, so it's, it does make sense, but it's still an odd staging because it wasn't really coherent. But
Yeah.
that was the one thing that did make sense to me why that was there, because 5/4 time signature, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Continue.
and then she like has a quick change. Like she's originally wearing like kind of this dress, and then she gets out of the dress and she's wearing kind of like a stripy jumps.
Milkshake Man, yeah.
Yeah, and then she just walks like to the front, and then sings the rest of the song,
And it's dull.
and it's very dull.
France. Now, this is one I know it's Adam's favourite.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he was very emotional. Did
He
you
was.
cry, Adam?
I did.
Okay, yep, that's what we expected. What did you think, Jay?
This was stunning. It was very stunning. The falling sand, and she kind of like interacts with it. And then at one point I noticed on the big like screen she was kind of like playing in the sand, kind of like in a sandbox. And then when like the cyclone of sand, like it's really powerful. And her vocals were amazing. It builds, yeah.
So would you say that it was more effective for you on the night? And I guess we'll see in the audience poll which people found more effective on the night than Austria.
Yes.
From an audience perspective. That's very
Yes.
interesting. I did wonder whether, excuse me, gosh, I've been on stream for a very long time. I did wonder whether that would be the case. Denmark next, and to be honest, the thing I was looking out for here was her vocals, and she seemed to sound a lot better. And in theory, this would be a song that gets the crowd going. Did you feel like it did?
Everyone around us was singing. And I enjoyed it. I think Adam enjoyed it, right?
Denmark.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes, there we go.
I had a fantastic time.
Yeah. It was really fun. Staging, I think, could have been like...
Not sure about the leany dudes. Like it's a bit. I remember someone saying that some of those aspects are a little early to mid 2000s / early 2010s. I think it might have been Tom said that in his analysis video of the rehearsal clip. But I could be wrong about that. I don't want to misdescribe to him. And for that reason, I think thing is, it kind of plays to. It's like things. I'm compared it to Je ne sais quoi by Herabiot. Kind of more of those comparisons. At the same time, obviously, it is really, really great that her voice is back at the very least. Czechia, obviously, he joined us here yesterday.
Yeah.
How did you find his performance tonight?
I thought it was really well done. The dance break was a standout moment in the performance. It kind of goes to this like orange like lighting, and he does the dance break with a couple dancers, and he was on the mark.
Yeah.
It was very well done.
The clip we showed on stream that you sent to us was really good. You get how sharp that transition is.
Yeah.
But it felt like it really worked the way everything comes down, and all of a sudden it's like, and now we're gonna almost flick a switch.
Yeah.
Totally changes the vibe. I thought it was really exciting. What was the ending like? So that falsetto, I presume it sounded good in the arena.
It did, yeah.
Good. Luxembourg. I
Now-
got good reviews from this tonight.
I am very impressed
Okay.
with what they have done with this. She sounded great. She did a lot with the staging. I I don't know if the background is AI generated.
We
or
don't
not.
think it is. We discussed this before, and obviously Sam had a good look at it before. We don't think it's AI generated.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, no, the addition of that like mini kind of dance section was really cool. I'm just really impressed with this. I think this will qualify easily now.
Well, I mean, it's the odds so far seem to imply that it's going to qualify. We'll come to those in a minute.
Yeah.
I think we're going to follow our usual policy of not talking about Israel beyond going to our usual stuff. Just very quickly, how was the crowd compared to last year? Because obviously you were there last year, you were there this year. I was kind of expecting it to be a more muted response rather than active, sort of booing like we had last year. Would that be a fair assumption, or did people still boo and so on?
I didn't hear anyone boo.
Okay.
There was a few Free Palestine chants that apparently made it into the feed.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't. Okay. Apparently the press poll is out, by the way. So we'll look at that in a minute. Don't worry. The ESC Extra press poll. We'll look at that in a minute, and then we'll also have the audience poll in half an hour.
Can I say one tiny thing about this performance?
Yeah.
There was a massive voice crack.
Oh, really?
Massive.
Like, tragic.
Really bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, right, and this is not necessarily, this isn't specific to Yuval. It's a general thing. I remember when we talked about Celia Capsis last year, we were worried about the vocals because she wasn't very experienced. And I guess it could be a similar thing. Israel have given her a song which is very demanding, right? And actually, I have seen, because I have seen people, including Israelis, actually saying, "Why have we given such a demanding song to an experienced singer?" Anyway, we'll move on. Germany, Bala, Aberontina. Was it everything you hoped for?
Yes, but I will say, has anyone mentioned the live feed vocals?
No.
Okay. I have a feeling it wasn't that great, but
We were a bit worried, weren't we, Sam? On the Sam was completely in another world. Don't worry, we were a bit worried about the Germany vocals, weren't we? We were like, this could be
Whose vocals?
Germany.
Yeah.
So. I guess we'll see. I guess it doesn't matter for the big five. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
For now, I guess we'll find out.
I will say it's really cool how she's kind of walking through that massive boombox.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool, right?
Would you say that it's crazy?
It's crazy, and it quite literally is party.
It's crazy, and everyone knows, of course, crazy in
Crazy.
Spanish.
I was crazy once.
Shut up. Everyone, stop ruining my joke. Everyone knows that crazy in Spanish is loco.
How great would it have been if someone donated and the
Loco boombox thing. That would have been such good timing. In any case, yes, so it is literally a Loco boombox. Loco boombox is on stage. It's confirmed. Now, tell me about the great human mop, Mr. Prince from Serbia.
vocals were great. He really do be mopping the floor.
Yeah. It looked even sillier from your angle than it does on TV.
Dragging.
Honestly, not really much to say about this song.
That's bad news, I feel like.
Yeah.
If it's just there.
I don't really remember this performance that much, except from the mop bit. So that is very telling.
Yeah, I think the thing is they tried to make it this dramatic thing where it's like he's being dragged away or whatever. It just looks ridiculous. If I was them after the first rehearsal, I would have found a way to change it. Navimpia, thank you very much for the raid with the Party of 51. For those of you who aren't familiar with Navimpia, absolutely amazing creators on YouTube, on Twitch, on all platforms. Make sure you go and follow both of them. And I can tell you as well, they say never meet your heroes, but we have met them in person and they are every bit as lovely in real life as they come across online too. So I hope we see you both again very soon. Sending you love from Basel. Last song now, and it's a perfect timing for you all to arrive because Ishkoma. Some more thoughts. Obviously, you told us about them before.
Yeah.
And after this, we'll let you go to Euroclub.
Yay! Wow, this performance. It's incredible. What a woman. What a woman. Her stage presence, her aura. She's in control of that stage, and I really think this has a shot of winning.
That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear.
Like, we can't write this off yet. Like,
by the way, I can't see any press poll. Have I been one guide again? Oh, here we are. We do have a semi-final press poll. It actually came from... This is really interesting. Okay, Erica fans, are we ready for some more hopium? Jay, at this moment, I'm going to say, on this happy moment, feel free to go to Euroclub.
Yes! Okay, bye guys. Bye
you.
guys.
I think we're seeing you tomorrow. Or I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know if they will. Anyway, off you go. Shoo. Love you, Jay. Thanks for doing this with me.
Of course.
Right. So, as you can clearly see, Finland is number one here by a margin as well. 38. Luxembourg, 29. Austria, 28. Greece, 26. Latvia, 22. The talking points there, Sam. Obviously, Finland with a big win. Luxembourg and Greece, very high. People were impressed. Remember, this is from the rehearsal you were in this afternoon, not from the rehearsal this evening. So this is an in-the-room experience.
Oh, yeah, I voted for this one.
Oh, did you? How did you vote? You could pick 3, right?
Yeah, you can pick 3. I voted for Latvia, Lithuania, and Lithuania and Austria. Yeah.
Okay, so you
because I knew Finland would get the votes, so.
There we go. See, that was everyone heard that. That was a really good save. I think we're very impressed. I can see the terror at the tomatoes that could have potentially been coming your way. I think the thing is, you've got to remember, is there's shock value here as well that make things that are unexpectedly good perform massively outsized in this poll. Luxembourg is a case of that. It did way better than people expected, and because of that, people then go, oh, it's really great. Just so you guys know, when Ben comes on in a bit, there's going to be a small amount of echo on the stream. You guys will hear everything fine.
Oh, Dan. Audience poll update. The polls have closed and the count has
begun. So it's time for us to start counting down again. Last night we counted down to that magic mark at midnight, and then it came out at 35 minutes past. But apparently that was James's fault. He was counting. He was stood outside taking votes for too long.
Yeah.
So we're going to not time in New York. Come on.
Oh.
So time is start counting now. We have just 21 minutes until the single biggest, most important piece of information that we are going to get from this jury show. I'm excited. We're going to have Ben Robertson live on stream in about 15 minutes, and he is going to go through this result with us. That's fine, Jay, leave whatever you want. Jay and Adam are now leaving, so send them lots of love in chat. We will see you all tomorrow. Seriously, don't be late tomorrow, Jay. We really need to be set at 10:30 because it's going to be a really, really exciting one. And bring the mics. Have you left them here?
No, they're at my...
Yeah, we have them.
Okay, just make sure you bring them in the morning.
Bye.
So, I love this because I feel like an election night host. And now you get to do that with me. So who's the famous election night host in the Netherlands? There must be one who everyone.
The
watches.
election host.
Yes.
Rob Trip.
Rob Trip. So
Rob Trip.
That's okay. Roll the tongue. Rob Trip.
Nee,
so
Rob.
Yeah.
Rob Trip.
Rob Trip. Rob Trip.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I got it in the end. And I don't know who's the famous ones in the UK. David Dimbleby.
Oh yeah.
David Dimbleby. He was then replaced for one election cycle by Hugh Edwards, but we don't talk about Hugh Edwards anymore. So it's David Dimbleby and Rob Trip. No, apparently I'm Fiona Bruce. You know what? I'll take that. She is wonderful. So, Astis Marin says, I'm not sure I can stay awake that long, 21 minutes. I haven't had my nap today. You know what? I had a brief nap before, so I understand why you need it.
After Ben Robertson, I'm going to go to my camping.
And you're going to have a good long sleep, I hope. This will shock you, and I don't mean to let you all down. There'll be no Euroclub for me tonight. I'm staying here. I'm going to have a shower. I'm going to get tucked up in bed, and I am going to have a nice long sleep. So, we've done all that yapping, and now we're only 19 minutes away. Just a reminder of how this works. Basically, at all of the exits of the venue.
Yeah, you have 4.
Mm-hmm. So at each of those 4 exits, volunteers are stationed, and they are asking people how they voted who their favourite was in the show. They then bring all this information together to produce a press poll result. and Ben is the guy behind all of that. He is in Stockholm in Sweden. The rest of the world recap is out. For rights reasons, we can't show it on stream, but it is out. Now, we will see what happens. You have to do a forecast right now. Top 3. Who are you saying?
Finland.
Yep, good.
Finland's going to be one. I think. Still think it's going to be one. Finland, Austria, Malta.
Finland, Austria, Malta. I would say Finland and Malta, but based on what Jay said about how it was in the room, I actually think France over Austria.
Yeah, France.
Because
yeah.
just based on, and you guys, feel free, if you interpreted what Jay said differently, I do really want to hear from all of you about this. And based on what we've said about each of the performances, I'd really love to hear how you guys think this is going to go.
I'm not so sure about France.
From what Jay said,
Yeah, but
it
in
seemed
the
like
arena,
it was really
in
emotional.
the arena, France isn't that overwhelming as it is on camera.
Well, sure, but that runs counter because Jay just came in here and obviously Adam was crying. Jay really enjoyed it. They said it was more powerful and they got more of a connection than they did with
maybe.
Austria. And actually, speaking of countries starting with Os and ending in Australia could be pretty high up. Lithuania, people are mentioning, could be a top 5 as a surprise. Apparently Ireland is struggling in the rest of the world recap. Just so you guys know, we're going to try and connect to Ben Robertson in about 10 minutes time. I'm going to send him a message and check that's okay with him. Of course, this will be revealed live on stream, but what I'm going to try and do is do what we did yesterday where we had the graphic. And what I'll do is I will say to Ben, let's have the interview. We'll wait till we're 30, and then at 30 seconds out, I'll temporarily pause away from him. And then once the result is revealed, we'll then be talking again. So I am going to say to him now, are you okay to join in 12 minutes? Question mark.
That's a good question mark.
Thank you. And in the meantime, I will try one more time to get these headphones to work. Do we have any? What did you do with your headphones? And what did I do with my headphones? They were right in front of me the whole time. So these are the famous dodgy headphones that didn't work before.
Dodgy headphones.
Exactly. And poll league, Lumo won 2,000 points. Well, there we are. Ben says not got any results in yet, so unlikely that it may be. So it may be slightly delayed. Let's see what happens. Just checking my phone isn't interfering.
Check
with this. Yep.
James, because he helps with you.
Yep, see what he says. But in any case, things seem to be moving along. I know the counting has started, but of course we have
Nothing yet, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So let's see if these headphones work very briefly. I'm going to go back to my voice meter and I'm going to press this magic button. And I'm going to press that. And then I'm going to press that again. And then I'm going to... Okay, so it's still working for you guys, still not working for us. So... You guys are gonna hear double when you hear Ben.
With Ben Robertson.
Sorry?
I'm gonna sign with Ben Robertson.
Yes, it's gonna be quite. I will explain what he's saying, or I will try and give a clear indication. So we're gonna be. It sounds like it's gonna be slightly late. The thing is, these shows, especially in rehearsal, they always run over. They absolutely always run over. It's a natural part of the process. Okay, so that's all ready, and then they will hear it through there, and we will hear it through here. So now, if I play my Estonian pop for a second, just to check that it works, we will be able to hear it.
Estonian pop.
Honestly, everyone should go listen to Vara Hommik by Maria Callistu. It's a great song. Yep, that works. And you just heard a little bit of that as well. So, someone said Emmy sounded awful in the recap. Apparently she sounded fine. It may be just a... prejudice one. Someone said, yes, please, Dutch Sign Language or international? International or European or American? How different is Dutch Sign Language from... Because I know very little about sign language.
About sign languages. Well, Dutch Sign Language and American Sign Language are completely different, except for the alphabet.
Okay, what is the alphabet? Let's go through it quickly.
A, B, C, D.
Or is that, and then you got your... Okay, yeah.
D, E, F. Yeah.
Oh, you got this crossed, yeah.
F, G,
G. Oh, you got a little, yeah, one of those, yeah.
H,
H,
I,
I,
J,
J,
K.
Okay, this is quite difficult when you've never done it before. The muscle memory's not there. Oh yeah, I see it. So you got the two across. K,
L,
L. That one's fairly self-explanatory.
M,
M, 3 fingers.
N,
2 fingers with the yep.
O,
O,
P,
P,
Q,
Q. Oh, that's tough. There we go. Q,
Q, R,
R.
S,
That's time outside. S,
T,
T,
U,
U,
R,
R,
S,
S,
T,
T, U, and then we did U, and then V,
V,
V.
X,
And you've got one finger out there and down the middle. Yeah, ooh, that one's tough. There we go. X,
X,
I,
Y,
Y,
Z.
Z. I think the Z's very self-explanatory. It's like they did the rest, they thought of the symbols, and then they got to Z, and they were like, "Fuck it."
Z.
Easy enough. Well, you've all learned something on the stream today, and it sounds apparently it's almost identical to Italian as well.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah. It looks similar to ASL. Apparently, we forgot W.
W.
Vibe gang.
And this is also the sign of our Dutch king, Willem.
The same one.
Yeah.
W. It's also a German 3.
Yeah, Inglorious Bastards.
Yes,
yeah.
I was thinking of the J. That's how I know it as well. So 3 out of 6 voting groups have been counted on the exit poll. That means 3 more are to go. We will stay in touch with Ben. I'm just going to tell him to let us know. And in the meantime, I'm going to get that Zoom call set up. This is going to be really exciting. I'm more nervous for this because I'm more invested in Finland than I am in any other entry this year. I am so desperate for them to do well.
Can you sing it?
Ich komme?
Yeah.
No. No.
If you pull the lyrics, how far can you come?
How far can I come? I mean, that's a whole different... I can have a look for the lyrics. Something like... Wait, let's search it. Erica Vickman... Ich komme lyrics.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, right. So it's sort of got the I need the drum beat or like the bass. You know the bass line that goes boom 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 boom. So you provide that. All right. Okay. On ursidan lu and loving luckier. Kuno se makartu mun porte daukaya. Hey, ba on Erika te vetuluasa on ku ihana. I definitely got that wrong. Take the Tunsun mukana. Ich komme. Ja, enke tule så uta mule. Ich komme. Jag ser en makaja till koffa. Ich komme. Ich komme. Jag är till ålen sille. Ich komme. Tala se on kuloven långe. Wunderbar. Ma on Erika. Hauska tavata. Jag tansen så har mudnackarna. Ma on Erika. Susun stamina iske. Mut udestan kaukil mun pakaran. Jaku halotas lover huda en kore. Ja baby ich komme. Ja lägger tulle så huta mulle. Ich komme. Ich komme. Jag kommer parker. Ich kommer. Ja men uhessa tullan. Ja ålan sille. Ich komme. Tala se on kuloven lonke. Let go ya Anna tapatu. Baby Anna, it is ya mukantu. Ta detta silmes ja masun pau. Baby ansai se kai kan huvantal. Let go ja Anna tapatu. Baby vad väl ites rakas du. Ta detta silmes ja masun pau. Baby ansai se kai kan huvantal. Ich komme, ich komme. Ich komme, ich bin okay. Ich komme. Hey baby, jag talar så on kuloven långe.
Gabe Milner, United Kingdom 2026.
Oh dear. See, the thing is because once I overcame that I did it on the charity stream. I did karaoke.
Yeah.
So this time I was just kind of like, fuck it.
Yeah, it's just Ma and Erika. That's
So we have some results coming in. I'm still waiting for Ben. I hope you all enjoyed that. I'm sure you will agree that our sort of mid-show entertainment while we wait for the results truly is the finest that you can find on any platform. In the meantime, we should have just a few more minutes until we have at least some indication of where the results are going to go. Helia says, shut up and take my money, and gives me €2. And Graham says, £10, amazing. Can we have Malta next? Maybe another one on Friday. When we're waiting for the audience poll on Friday, maybe another one. I thought our drumming was very good during that. And the bit when we did like multi-parts, like you were doing one vocal and I was doing another.
Yeah.
We made sure we get
harmonies were great.
Honestly, it was really beautiful. It gave me brought a bit of a tear
Gabe
to my
for
eye.
San Marino 2026.
Oh gosh, yes. I mean, to be fair, I think we can all agree. I'm not sure whether I'm going to do this because it's an extraordinary investment in terms of
Time.
Yeah, time, energy, effort, for unknown payoff. Because if you don't make it to the semi-finals, then there's no point doing it at all. I entered Una Voce per San Marino would be an amazing video.
Yeah.
It would be an amazing video, and I would 100% do it if I knew I was going to get to that semi-final, because then I could at least have something to go and vlog, you know?
I can write that song for you. I'm a writer.
We're doing
San
it.
Marino 2026.
This is the team. Gabri Ponte, we will eclipse you in 12 months. Garg, and you've been christened Sarg.
What?
Sarg.
Sarg?
S-A-R-G. Sarg. Maybe Sarg.
Sarg. Vad är det? Hur är det?
Are you speaking Danish again?
No.
It kind of sounded like it. Enter for Moldova. Or did you sing Icelandics? Did you learn Icelandic so you can sing Roa? I can do it a lot better than I could before. It's a lot of fun, but the verses are very tough for that one. It's very fast. Very, very fast. Thoughts on the fact that this is the second time now since televoting only semis got reintroduced. We got more countries from the first half qualifying. Interesting. I think, again, this is, if I get ESC Tom on the stream at some point this week, that's a question to ask him. Maybe Saturday afternoon, because I need to speak to him, but that would be a good time when we're kind of reflecting on the week. Oh, maybe we can get him on as well. Oh, we have actually, do we have GJ and Marco and James coming on as well?
Yeah.
So, oh gosh, it's going to be busy. Okay, there's going to be a lot of guests on Saturday afternoon. I might have to block you out into like hours or something.
Yeah.
So much going on. Apparently, odds dropping significantly for Sweden on most sites. We will check that out, and we'll have a little look.
Do I have any messages?
Sweden's odds have stayed basically the same. A few movements, nothing drastic. Czechia has gone back up to 11th, overtaken Italy. Meanwhile, in the semi-final 2 odds, I'm looking for some major changes. I'm seeing some minor movements, but mainly on the exchanges. So I'm going to show those to you now. These are the ones that move most quickly and the most volatile manner. So you've got Latvia there in a solid 10th place here. And for the most part, you can see lots of greens. It's basically firming up on these 10 at the moment, on these 9, with Latvia then being the less likely one. You then got Serbia also in with a chance. I wouldn't read. People are talking about that voice crack again. Bear in mind, no juries in the semi-finals, so maybe it'll be different on Friday. I think it could be it could be just as much worse. It could be better on Friday. Yeah. I'm still waiting. I'm getting so tense as I wait for this result from Ben. Dolphin Day says, "Have you got that Tiki? Are you aware of the song Tiki by Bessa?
Sorry.
Are you aware of the song Tiki by Bessa?
No.
I'm going to read you the lyrics.
Tiki from Bessa. Okay. No,
Bessa as in Bessa from last year.
Let me do a dramatic reading of that.
You want to do a dramatic reading? Actually, I kind of need this tab still open. Let me open it on a new tab. Tiki Bessa lyrics.
I haven't seen this yet.
That's in Albanian. That's not the version we're looking for. Here we are. So.
Oh.
Off you go.
You can bring me all the diamonds. I'm not that kind of girl. You can search on every island. I'm not that kind of pearl. Ring, ding, ding, ding. The time is up. Hide it. Hush it. Let's dance.
I think it is Heide, not Hajde.
Hide it. Let's dance non-stop. I've got to guess at all the rules tonight. I'm your sweet delight. Only if you got the tiki, got the tiki. Only if you got the tiki, got the tiki. Only if you
is
got
it just
the
me, or is this much catchier than the actual song?
Only if you got the tiki, got the tiki.
Well, that was beautiful.
It's a bit the tiki song from Disney World.
There's a tiki song.
Tiki song. It's a tiki. No?
No, I mean I've not been to Disney
fans.
World. I haven't been to Disney World. Is that bad? Apparently, give that a Pulitzer. Says I told you 13. This is low key better than the original. Yeah,
But,
real.
How many people wrote this song?
How many people wrote this song? Bessa and her team. Does it say here somewhere?
Yeah.
Who produced?
Who
wrote Tiki? It was written by Flavius Michaelis. Three people came up with
so three
Tiki
people
Tiki
came up
Tiki.
with
Got the
if you
Tiki
got the
Tiki.
Tiki, got the tiki. Only if you got the tiki, got the tiki. Only if you got the tiki, got the tiki. Only if you got the tiki.
I feel like we've really entered the stage of the stream where our brains are just rotting, like we're sort of melting out of our
Yeah,
ears.
that's the tiki room. I've been there.
The Tiki. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna check in with Ben and say Zoom call ready when you are. You will hear Ben. We will hear Ben. It will be a little different to usual because we will hear it out of our speakers, which means you may hear some slight echo. Don't worry about this. This is an expected part of the process. I imagine they're just getting everything ready now. I'm going to very quickly say we're going to have not a 30-second break, a 1 minute break because I really need to pee again and we have time. So I'm going to go do that now. Hopefully when we get back, we'll have some idea of when that audience poll is coming. It will be in the next 15 minutes max, I imagine. So do not go anywhere. Piss, goodbye, and we'll see you in 1 minute. Hi, I accidentally muted it. You can hear me now. What I was saying was the first thing that I came back and I sat down, and the first thing I saw was someone saying, God, I love being unemployed.
We're not unemployed.
Sorry?
This is hard work.
Yes, terrifyingly. It is indeed. So we still have a few minutes. We're waiting for news from this audience poll. We have just crossed for the 4-hour mark on the stream, by the way. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
It has flown by, and it is it's always a pleasure to do this with you guys. So I really appreciate you all sticking it out to get this final result together. It is 31 minutes past midnight here in Basel as we await the vital poll result. Let's see what happens. I am waiting to hear some news. Right now, they will be working hard, James and Ben and everyone else, on getting everything prepared.
Yeah, James is counting right now, I think.
Yep, and I know they will be trying to get it to us as fast as possible. It also has to be coordinated with a number of other outlets, so everyone needs to get the graphic, everyone needs to be ready. Last time it was 35 minutes past midnight at which it came. It was a little... the show is a little longer tonight, finished a little later, so it's going to take them a bit longer to get everything sorted. That's, of course, natural. That's part of the game. Which song did Gabe say could be a potential to win? I need to know who to get on to NQ. Finland. If I curse her, then I'm going to retire. You will never see me again.
If she doesn't qualify, you'll retire.
Yeah, I will literally. None of you will ever see me again if Erica Wickman doesn't qualify. I will disappear, having conclusively, suffered the ultimate blow. Well, you will see me again on the news.
You all need to vote for Erica Wickman.
Otherwise, no more videos.
Just so you can still watch Gabe.
Someone says rename the channel to ESCJ. That's all that's going to be left. Gabe's going to go off the grid. Says
Germany 2008.
Churn butter for a living.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Which one was Germany 2008?
No. Germany 2008. That wasn't Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, right?
No, that was 2009. Miss Kiss Kiss Bang, oh let us swing. I love that song. I'm not even sorry.
You loved Dieter Von Teese.
I was like, I was a kid. I didn't really understand. I didn't understand who Dieter Von Teese was.
Wait, how old were you, Vega?
In 2009, I would have been. I wasn't even a teenager yet. I would have been 12.
You were 12.
Yeah.
Oh, but
no. The thing is, I think Dieter Von Teese had this a massive cultural relevance. I just think it was a bit before my.
Ben.
Oh, Ben has joined the waiting room. Okay, so I am going to admit Ben. And we will see him shortly. In a minute, Ben from ESC Insight is going to be on screen and he's going to discuss this incoming result with us. He's connecting to audio and cannot hear us yet. So, we will be a small number of minutes away from that result. Do not go anywhere. Ben can now hear us. Ben, we are going to put you on the stream now. How are you doing? How are things going?
I've had lots of numbers go through in my head. I have seen some numbers, and we have a result. So that's going to be coming out very soon. I'm making the graphic now. All is good in my crazy world, yes.
Fantastic. And so we're looking at probably a 12:40, 12:45 kind of release time. Ben?
Yes, we are aiming for 12:45, correct.
Very exciting. Apparently, my internet connection is unstable, so it's been through a lot today, to be honest. So I don't blame it. Just give us an insight into the process behind this. Obviously, it's very stressful. You have all the volunteers running around. As the coordinator, what are you doing while all of this is going on? Do you have a spreadsheet or something set up?
So there is a shared spreadsheet between the team. So when the team return, they all put their things in, and it does the automatic calculations. We do the graphic manually just as a second double check everything's correct. So we go through and we do that. So just before the call now, I've just been going through, reading out each column, making sure it's correct, the people that have put it all in, so that our graphic is valid. That's how seriously we take this audience poll.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, and the next question I wanted to ask actually was, just for those who aren't familiar, I think most of the chat is familiar. They've been hanging on every word of this audience poll, certainly 2 days ago. Can you explain the significance of why it is so important that this is 100% accurate and right, what the result is, because of the influence it has on the contest ecosystem for the next day or two? Oh, he's frozen.
I think you will see movement. I am right here. Keep moving.
There we go. Okay, start again. We can see you now again. Go ahead.
Obviously, we've discussed betting gods before. Betting gods will move on the basis of the result that we will see. We are asking people's favourites based on the performances. We have fully televote semi-finals. There is going to be something in that, whether it'll be reaffirm what people think, whether it'll be change people's minds, there's that. But there's also a more sentimental side. The first year we did this at Eurovision was in Liverpool. And we did this in Liverpool because there was reduced access there for some of the press. And this was one of the solutions that I had to try and generate creative content so that we could find out a little bit about what was working and not working in that build-up. Liverpool, first semi-final, the team got a message the day after the semi-final one audience poll from, I'm sure I'm happy to say it, from the Maltese delegation. Malta had qualified on the audience poll, and they messaged us saying, "Thank you for the work last night. It gives us hope."
That's amazing. That's so sweet.
And this is like, I said to you 2 days ago, the excitement about who qualifies, who doesn't qualify is one of the best narratives of the Eurovision Song Contest. This feeds into that. And it's a poll of a few thousand people in the arena. It's not the many millions that are going to be watching the show tomorrow night. But you know what? We can talk about it, and we can talk about it if they all got 100 votes each and they were all shared equally. We can talk about it if one song got 90% of the votes. Yeah, we can just rock and roll with it.
This is the exciting thing. I mean, we talked about it a lot on Monday night as well, and the sort of build up to that was amazing. And for me, one of the moments of that was seeing San Marino so high. And I still had this doubt. I was like, okay, well, clearly people enjoy it, but like, is it going to translate onto TV? Ultimately, it did. Were there any, on the Monday result, was there anything that stuck out to you as a surprise in a positive or negative way?
Summer is a very obvious one. I think probably the story sitting at the top of the table was the Netherlands doing so well, and it was expected watching the performance. I have online press access, so I got to see that. But I had one of these moments that feels very Melfest. I'm sorry, I have to bring the Swedish bit in again. I very much apologise here. But during the first chorus of the Dutch song, we saw it on Tuesday, but we heard it for the first time on Monday. The crowd started to clap along. Swedish audiences love to clap along. And I went, aha, they're into it. He's caught their attention. They're into it. We're on one. And it worked. But I could feel that watching. But when you see it in black and white in the poll afterwards, it's like, there's been lots of doubts about the Dutch song in the week before with the 30-second clip and so forth. So that was a positive, so to speak. And I think that's one of the reaffirming factors into a little bit of discussions that the Netherlands could be in this to do very well this year as well.
I mean, the narrative definitively shifted, I think, at that moment. And then last night when he gave a really great performance and it's gone back up to third in the odds, it's really interesting how these things can kind of pivot stuff around. I've got a lot of very tense people in chat. Interestingly, that actually includes Vibe, by the way, just popped in to say hello. So we have...
Audience poll qualifiers.
Exactly. And as it turns out, that was borne out in reality as well, which I was obviously delighted about. I don't know if you've seen the video of when I heard that they'd qualified, but I'll send it to you later. There was lots of jumping, lots of screaming, lots of yelling. So we're just a few minutes away now, everyone. You're staying with us, Ben, I believe.
I can be here, yes.
So
we are going for a release at 45.
Okay. So, do you want to do it the same way where you send me, if you send me the image again so it can be high res on screen?
The image is being sent to me now, so
Brilliant.
I will send it to you, yes.
The way it's going to work, I'm not going to look at it just yet because I don't want my face to give anything away. About 30 seconds, I've got a time up.
I tell you what, yeah. I tell you what, I can give it a minute here. We can relax. We can relax.
I need to breathe, okay? I need to breathe. I'm very invested in this one because... You
need Finland to do well.
Yeah. So it's obviously it's a lot for me. I'm finding it difficult, but now we're just a few minutes away. What I'm going to do, Ben, is you're still going to be audible. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the timer up on screen, and Vibe say W, Gabe. W, you guys are the ones who have so much to celebrate. So I'm going to put the timer up on screen for a minute, and I'm going to prepare everything on my end, but you're still going to be audible. Overall, it would be good to hear in this time what your thoughts were on some of the other stuff, on the production this year, on how the hosts are doing, just your general impression of the contest. Because I feel like we've spoken a lot of, we love to get into the weeds. Whenever we talk, we really get into the weeds. Sometimes it's nice to just look on a sort of broader plane and say, how are we enjoying this contest at the moment?
The level of production is top drawer. That's not a surprise to hear. We know we've got very established and experienced teams on board with that. So that's nothing new. If I want to be critical about the shows themselves, and you know what, I wonder if this is something that's just there's not much budget around. Which, you know what, fair enough, that's the case. Too much of the semi-finals have been very in the bubble Eurovision.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of people that doing a 2020 thing today makes sense. Having the artists that came back from last year to do the Celine Dion number and so forth, and these are people that bubble know, but not many others. And it's great to have stuff for us, but lots of the production has felt for us. So in that sense, it's
we're going to go to the timer now, Ben. We'll be back with you in a minute. While I'm setting this up, you're going to get our camera. So Ben, I'll tell you when you're audible on the screen again. I await the result from you. I guess you'll send it to me on Facebook, and I'm ready to receive it. I can't see it there just yet, but I'm looking forward to receive it. In the meantime, we have about 30 seconds to go. So everyone, hold on to your hats. I will reveal it as soon as I can to you. And it looks like we have it here. And I can see that there's been quite a funny adjustment made to this. In any case, it's time for the audience poll to be revealed. And here is the headline result. It is that Finland has won the audience poll tonight. Yes, I see the funny thing as well. We'll come to that in a minute. I'm going to zoom in on the results. So, Finland first, Austria second, just 3 votes behind it, but it's a clear victory. No one else is close. Australia third, but with less than half of the votes of Austria. Malta fourth, Israel fifth, rounding out the top 5 with 112. Ireland sixth with 106, just 6 votes behind. Luxembourg 7th, and Ben, that's very funny. I have finished 8th in the audience poll. Now, Denmark 9th, another good result for them, and Greece 10th. We then have Latvia, Serbia, Lithuania, Czechia, Georgia, and Montenegro. Of those automatic qualifiers, 82 votes each for France and Germany. That would put them just in the top 10, but only just, and it's the United Kingdom on 21. But that headline result is obviously excellent news for fans of Austria and Finland. Ben, we've got you back on screen and we can hear you. Is there anything in this result that sticks out to you as a major surprise?
In my head, I was expecting Finland to do better than this, actually.
Oh, really?
Closing yeah, I was, because it's a big closing number. It's obviously Erika Vickman, and who's so loved by so many people who are going to be voting on this. I was expecting even more than what we got, in fact. However, one thing that came through from the people on the ground, lots of German speakers who were voting for Austria.
Oh, really?
Because we are quite close to the border right now.
So you think there's a effect here of German speakers sort of pushing Austria higher than otherwise would be? You're not visible on the screen right now, Ben, but we can still hear you. There's a couple of others that stick out to me here. I'm curious, Israel in 5th place, maybe a little higher, but then again, I guess there's a segment of the audience which is going to be very in its favour, which would explain how it's ended up where it is. Would that be your interpretation as well?
That kind of result is very similar to what was scored last year.
Okay. So it's a similar kind of effect.
No change on that side of things. No obvious indication on televote score, which we do talk about with Israel at the moment. So not really gleaming much, but there was support there for.
So more than anything, it indicates the number of Israeli members of OGE who've bought fan packages. Good to know. So moving down the scoreboard, one I'm really disappointed by, and I think you're disappointed by too, Sem, is Lithuania. And Sem, briefly first, I can tell you're disappointed. Why do you think that's ended up in that position? Bear in mind, Ukraine, similar position yesterday, qualified. What do you think?
Because it's not the genre that generally does well in Eurovision, which is emo, punk, rock, which is my kind of music. But it feels, for me, it feels like a bit of a crime against humanity to have Latvia and Lithuania
So low. I agree.
Low. Yeah, that's just, and Czechia too at 14th. That doesn't feel deserved.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's very. I think you need to get back to your camper, don't you? And Ben, you've been working very hard this evening. So what we'll say is goodbye to both of you, and I'll quickly do my round out. Ben, thank you so much. I hope it'll be very, very late at night, but you are, of course, welcome back on Friday when we'll do the same thing again. If you're up for it, you're always welcome here.
Well, the world's a funny thing, because I won't be sitting in my office. I'm in the office right now to finish this off. I'm on a flight tomorrow.
And would you like to tell everyone where you're going?
It's I think I can reveal it now. I am going to be watching the Eurovision Song Contest, but I'm going to be going to Vero in Finland,
which is, of course, the hometown of Kai.
The hometown of Kai.
And I hope producing a special report afterwards.
The council district there is putting on the most incredible set of festivities. I've been promised tractor parades and a bus tour around the district, saunas on every single day of the agenda, I believe. Yeah.
Well, that will be amazing. We look forward to it.
New era Dax.
In the meantime, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for all of your work on the audience poll. It's so exciting. If you could see the chat for the last 10 minutes, people have been losing it. They absolutely love this stuff, and it's all down to your work. So thank you so much.
Thanks, thank you so much, Ben.
And we will see you again very, very soon. I am now going to press the button to magically vanish you. There we go. All right, Ben, we'll be back in touch soon. I'm going to end the call sending all the love. Right, Sem, any quick thoughts on the audience poll before I know you need to get going too, and I'm going to wrap things up?
Well, what I said, then, Latvia and Lithuania, not in the qualifying seats. That's just a crime against humanity for me. I just can't understand why. But so people vote for Lithuania and Latvia.
Assurance. Dolphin Dane in chat is just saying, countries with strong diaspora votes often underperform
That's true. That's
audience
true.
poll. Thank you, Dolphin Dane. And Tom, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, it is a win for Finland, but with Austria just behind, but with a potential local bias effect there. Lots of Austrian fans will have travelled to the
But
contest.
only 3 votes apart from us, Austria.
Only 3 votes. But like I said, I am choosing to believe. And also, they are so far clear of the field. It shows Finland as a strong contender.
Yeah.
For now, though, I think it's time at 10 minutes to 1 in the morning that we wrap up. Sem, thank you for your extraordinary stamina in doing this last 4 hours with me. I want everyone to say a big thank you to Sem for coming on tonight. Thank you all. We're going to be back again tomorrow at 1 p.m, joined by Vibe. Hopefully, there'll be an interview, a really exciting one later in that stream as well. So tomorrow's going to be a celebratory mood. Do not miss it. It's going to be great fun. We're going to talk all about the performance, how they felt on stage. It's going to be amazing. For now, take care, everyone. We are sending all of our love, and it's